Commission underway. Caitlin, if you will read the public disclaimer into the record, please.
Okay. Notice of the October 8th, 2020 meeting of the Real Estate Commission, including date, time, and location, has been noticed on the Tennessee Real Estate website since October 30th, 2019. Additionally, this month's agenda has been posted on the website since Friday, October 2nd, 2020.
Thank you. Now, so that I stay in order better than last month, if you will call the roll.
Okay. Commissioner Joe Begley. Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
Here.
Commissioner DJ Ferris.
Here.
Vice Chair Marcia Franks.
Here.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn.
Here.
Commissioner John Moffitt.
Here.
Commissioner Joan Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett.
Here.
Chairman John Grease.
Here.
Have a quorum.
I see Joe Bagley has made it. Hey, Joe.
There he is.
All right. I'm going to go out of order just a little bit. Anna, would you read into the record the statement of necessity? Because if we can't get this approved, there's no need to have a prayer or pledge.
Sure thing. Hold on 1 second. Okay. This is an electronic scheduled meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission. Notice of this meeting was posted to the Commission's website on Thursday, October 1st, 2020. As there is not a physical quorum present, a statement of necessity will be read into the record and filed with the Tennessee Secretary of State as required by statute. Pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 8-44-108B2, which states if a physical quorum is not present at the location of a meeting of a governing body, then in order for a quorum of members to participate by electronic or other means of communication, the governing body must make a determination that a necessity exists. That determination must include a recitation of the facts and circumstances on which it was based. Further, Tennessee Code Annotated Section 8-44-108A3 defines necessity as matters to be considered by the governing body at that meeting require timely action by the body, that physical presence by a quorum of the members is not practical within the time period of time requiring action, and that participation by a quorum of the members by electronic or other means of communication is necessary. As stated, this is a previously scheduled meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission that is now being held via Cisco WebEx. The purpose of this meeting with members attending by Cisco WebEx is to conduct regular business of the Commission, including but not limited to the education report, executive director's report, and complaints. Furthermore, it is necessary for this meeting to be held electronically in accordance with Executive Order Number 16, issued by Governor Bill Lee on March 20th, 2020, further extended by Executive Order Number 60, issued on August 28, 2020, to ensure government continues to function open and transparently during the COVID-19 emergency while taking appropriate measures to protect the health and safety of citizens and government officials. Voting will be conducted by roll call.
Thank you, Anna. Is there a motion to adopt this statement of necessity?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Jeff Diaz got in there first. So the motion is by Marcia Franks, seconded by Jeff Diaz. As you'll recall, each vote we take will have to be by roll call. So at this point, Ms. Maxwell will call the roll. If you're in favor of the motion, you'll vote aye. If you're opposed, please vote no. Caitlin.
Quickly, I just wanted to interject. Did Laura, you were able to start the recording, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Joe Begley.
Aye.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
Aye.
Commissioner DJ Ferris.
Aye.
Vice Chair Marcia Franks.
Aye.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn.
Yes.
Commissioner John Moffett,
Aye.
Commissioner Joan Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett,
Aye.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes. All right, so the statement of necessity passes. We're now on to the prayer and pledge. And Stacy, once again, if you'll lead us, I should give you a little notice on this, but you do well. So after the prayer, if you'll stand, we'll have the pledge. Stacy.
Okay, let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you so much for this day, for the opportunity to be here. I thank you for everyone's health and safety. I ask that you be with us today and give us wisdom and discernment in the decisions that we make. I ask that you heal the division in our country and continue to be with those who are sick. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to
The flag of the
United
United States of America and
and
to the republic
For which it stands,
one nation,
nation, under God,
Indivisible.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you,
so
Stacy.
glad when this is in person again.
I can't wait, but I keep saying that. Dang
I know.
governor keeps holding us up. All right, next up is to approve today's agenda. It was sent to you and you received one additional item for the consent agenda that we'll consider to be included in this motion. Is there a motion to approve today's agenda?
So moved.
Jeff
Second.
Diaz makes the motion, Joan Smith seconds it. Is there discussion? All right, I hear none. We'll have to vote by roll call. Caitlin?
Commissioner Joe Begley,
Aye.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner DJ Ferris,
Aye.
Vice Chair Marcia Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn,
Aye.
Commissioner John Moffett,
Aye.
Commissioner Joan Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett,
Aye.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes. All right, so the agenda is approved. Next up is to approve minutes. We have two meetings, it's two sets of minutes for two different meetings. Let me say it again. We have to approve the minutes of two meetings. All right, the first was our regularly scheduled meeting on September 9th, 2020. Are there any corrections or additions that anyone would like to make? If not, is there a motion to approve the minutes of that meeting?
So moved.
Mr. Diaz makes the motion.
Second.
Joe Begley seconds the motion. Way to go, Joe. We finally got you in here. Don't forget this part right here. Okay. All right. So the motion is to approve the minutes of September 9th. I'm going to try this. I'm going to see if we can make this a two-part motion. We also have minutes to approve of an emergency meeting that was held on September 17th. Let's see, unless legal or somebody tells me procedurally we can't do this. Is there a motion to approve that set of minutes?
Move to
Steve
approve.
Steve makes a motion. John Moffett seconds the motion. Okay, now, unless there's objection, I'll ask Caitlin to ask you to vote yes or no with one vote for both sets of minutes. Any objection? Thank you. Caitlin, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Joe Begley,
Aye.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner DJ Ferris,
Aye.
Vice Chair Marcia Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn,
Aye.
Commissioner John Moffett,
Aye.
Commissioner Joan Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett,
Aye.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes. So those minutes are approved. Next up, we have an informal appearance.
It's Mr. Lyle Perez Tanique.
Yes, we're here.
Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Lyle Perez Tinnix.
Tenix. Okay.
Is Robert Hicks with you?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right. Caitlin, give us a little background. Then we'll get into this.
Okay. Before you have Lyle Perez Tenix. Mr. Perez Tenix has not taken the real estate affiliate broker exam. His principal broker is Robert Hicks with the firm United Country River City Realty. A summary of the charges is a misdemeanor of stolen property. The statement and a letter of recommendations can be found on your iPad. Sorry, not your iPad because you don't have one, but in the email packet.
Let me start. Mr. Hicks, are you calling in, or can you show us your face?
I'm sorry, sir. We're calling in. We're sitting in my office, he and I here at my desk, but we're just calling in. Yes, sir.
All right. So let me go back here to 1 second. So, Caitlin, help me out with this. Everything I have has the applicant's name redacted that I can see quickly. Would you tell me who's here for the informal appearance? What's his name again?
Lyle Perez Tenix, and I can message this to you.
That's easy for you to say. You might be able to message it, but can I get it is a bigger question. Spell that last name for me, please.
I have updated his name where his
Okay.
phone number was, if you can see there. Yeah.
Okay, I see. So Lyle, is it okay if I call you that?
Of course.
All right, so procedurally, we're going to ask you to speak and tell us anything you want us to know about what caused you to be here, what the circumstances were, as much or as little as you want to tell us, what you've been doing, and anything else about you personally or professionally you think would be important for commissioners to hear. When you're finished, we're going to allow commissioners to ask any questions they may have, and you get to answer those questions. Following that, we'll turn to Mr. Hicks. I'm going to call him Robert if I'm calling you Lyle, and let him tell us why he's interested in having you as an affiliate with his company. Following that, commissioners can also ask Robert any questions they would like to ask. And then at some point, there'll be a motion to either allow you to proceed to get your real estate license or to tell you maybe come back another time. So with that said, Lyle, tell us what got you here and what we need to know.
Well, what got me here was a very terrible mistake that I made in, I believe, 2013 was the year, somewhere around there. It's been a while now since then. I was in a really bad place at the time. Felt like I was working without getting anything out of working. I just had my son. He was just born. My wife was in the hospital at the time because she was dealing with gallbladder surgery. So I just felt like I needed to do something so we wouldn't lose our house, so we were able to eat. So it's a mistake that I don't like admitting that I did, but I will admit it because I did do it and I take full responsibility for everything that I did. But I did it out of desperation and not something I ever plan on doing again. I remember the arresting officer when he arrested me, the words that he told me, they've been burned in my head. He says, everyone always makes a mistake, but it's always what happens after what people are going to remember. So I said, okay, and I really took that to heart. So since then, I became self-employed. I started my own essential oil business that has been very successful. And when I moved here to Tennessee, because this was all in California, I moved to Tennessee and I started a drone business. I started doing more marketing for real estate, and then I met Robert trying to get some more drone business, and he said, hey, have you ever thought about being a real estate agent? And we got into a nice big conversation about everything that I've done, what I am now. I am a Jesus man now. I do go to church. I don't just go to church. I am fully involved. I do all of the media for my church, which means I take care of any live streaming that they need for the church. I take care of any announcements. I do all of the stuff for the worship team. I am heavily involved in my church, and my pastor, Tom, he 100% supports me. He wrote a letter for me. I sent that in. He's been a big part of my life, a big spiritual mentor he is. And since I did all of that stuff in 2013, my life has changed dramatically ever since I gave it to the Lord. And he has shown me that never be in that situation ever again. He's always blessed me. I've never felt the way I felt in 2013 ever again. So it's been a life changer after that, and it's not something that I ever plan on doing again. It's something that I did. I will use it as experience for somebody who might be in my situation later on in life.
All right, commissioners, any questions? Marcia?
Good morning, Mr. Tenix. I noticed on this application, and you didn't cover it in what you just told us, but you didn't fill out on the application the part that says, in your own words, describe in detail what happened for each separate conviction. So can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, I wrote out in a really, really long form, and I attached it to the application. It was about a page and a half, I believe.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Basically, everything, all of that stuff was, I used to work at a gold and silver place. So what I did to get me in trouble was I would be buying the stuff that the store was supposed to be buying. I would buy it for my own personal use and then resell it to make a profit. So I was basically taking business away from the actual place that I was working at. They didn't like it, and they pressed charges, and that's the whole of it. There was really nothing other than that.
Marcia, you're on mute.
Sorry. How many times did that happen?
It was a few times. I'm not exactly sure how many times, but it was a few.
Okay, what has made you interested in real estate? I heard you say that you have a drone business, and that Mr. Hicks encouraged you to get a real estate license. So tell me about why you're wanting to get and what you plan to do with a real estate license.
Gotcha. I've never been interested in real estate ever in my life. The thing that got me interested in real estate was when I sold my house in California. I sold my house in California, and the real estate agent was a friend. So the real estate agent didn't do anything other than just the paperwork for me. I was the one who listed the house on Zillow. I took the pictures. I did all of those, put out all over town, and essentially sold my own house. And then the real estate agent just filled out the paperwork. And then when I moved to Tennessee, I thought, hey, why don't I just see if I can do marketing for some of the agents that are out here, because I'm just buying my house and that's what agents were doing. All of the videos for 360 imaging for the home, self-employed person that I am, before I thought, hey, there's
Mr.
I
Chairman,
know how to do that
excuse me. I can't hear. It's totally breaking up.
Yeah. So, Lyle,
Yes.
maybe we have too many microphones on. I'm not sure, but would you repeat the last answer? I know it was lengthy, but we didn't get to hear it.
Perfect. No worries. Let me think of where I was. Okay, so I never had any interest in selling any real estate until I moved from California. I essentially sold my own house in California. I had a real estate agent friend who helped me with the paperwork, but I was the one who made all of the flyers for the house. I'm the one that listed it on Zillow. I'm the one that I took the pictures. I did all of the marketing for the house. So I essentially sold my own house, and the agent just did all of the paperwork for me. So when I got to Tennessee, I noticed that there was a huge need for doing videos, because when I bought my own house here, I noticed that a lot of the agents weren't utilizing all of the marketing tools that were available to them, like the 3D imaging, the drone videos, all of that stuff. So me being the entrepreneur that I am, I saw a need, and it was something that I knew how to do since I do have a computer repair technical background. I was able to figure out how to do all of that stuff and start offering that as a service to the agents here. So that's what got me involved with the real estate. And once I started doing that, I actually started liking the prospect of being able to help somebody find a home, or being able to sell something. I am a salesman. I'm a salesman to heart. Been doing it for such a long time. Selling stuff is second nature to me. So trying to sell houses was just something that clicked in my head and said, you know what, that might be something that I can definitely do. I never had the confidence to actually pursue anything like that. I have to give that to Robert here, who spoke to me that one day and said, he told me, you don't have to be the guy in the background, you can be the guy in the front. And that got me thinking of, oh, maybe I should try to get my real estate license. I should try to pursue this. It's something that I do enjoy doing, and it's something that I can do all of the marketing myself, since I've already had the experience of selling my own home in California. So if I were to have my license, I would. I am a Hispanic-speaking person, so I can definitely try to go after Hispanic markets, which is something that's missing from the area that I'm in. I also been noticing that there's a lot of Californians that are coming from California to Tennessee. Me being a native to California, I can definitely relate to how different things are here than they are in California, and I can help them make the transition and help them find a home at the same time. So it's just something that I do feel like I can do well. And with Robert's help, he's been such a huge help through all of this that if I were to have my license, I think I would do a really good job and not let my past mistakes get in the way of my future.
Thank you, Mr. Tinnix. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
I have a question. It's with what you were convicted of, I'm still trying to figure out what exactly happened. So were you just buying this stuff at cost and selling it on your own, or were you not buying it at all? The company had bought it and then you were selling it.
No, it was it's a pawn shop. So well, it wasn't a pawn shop, but it's a place where people can but where they can sell gold. So what I would do was when a customer walked in, instead of buying it for the store, I would buy it for myself.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go, Steve.
On the form, I see number 4, 5, and 10 says see attached, and I don't find, what are you referring to there? I don't, attachment per se, that I can, other than the first sheet of a California misdemeanor complaint and a letter, and that's it. I don't, so is there anything I'm missing that was attached or supposed to be attached, or nothing attached, or what?
Yes,
Yes.
I can speak to that.
Go ahead.
So Aaron does have that information and can email it out to the commission. If you would like to see it.
Just out of curiosity, why was it not attached?
Just human error.
Miss? Okay, all right. It'd be nice to know, the answers to those questions. It seems to me like they're on the form for a reason. All
Steve,
right, that'd be great.
Yeah, feel free to ask Lyle what you want to know.
Well, what are the circumstances surrounding your conviction? Talked about that a little bit. Your motivation was, I guess, need of money, correct?
Yes, desperation would be the best word.
So, what steps have you taken to prevent a recurrence? Was part of that leaving the state of California, or was that, what exactly was that? And I guess another question would be, was there restitution made, or is that
yes,
a fine instead, or what?
Restitution was 100% made. I did my work release. I did everything the courts asked. I did not put up a fuss. My attorney told me exactly what to do and how to do it, and I did everything that he told me to. I did everything the courts told me to. I did do all of that stuff, and what steps that I take to prevent, I did become self-employed, and I started using a lot of the knowledge that I've learned over the years of doing tech repair, computer repair, and I started my own business almost immediately afterwards for computer repair, computer service. I did that for about 6 years or so, or 5 years. And while in that time too, I started another business of selling essential oils and holistic health stuff. I make my own products. I used to go to a lot of farmers markets and sold products there. So basically what I did was I got tired of working the 9 to 5 and started finding different avenues of making money. And I did that for a very long time. I did become successful at it. And then what moved me here from California, it had nothing to do with the conviction or anything. It was 100% a God move. He told me that I needed to leave California, and he told me in a very dramatic way that I needed to get out of California. And I packed up my family of 3. There's 5 of us total, but my wife and 3 kids, packed us all up. We sold our home. We came here, and then COVID hit. So, something had to have told us to get out of California immediately. We did, and that's what also gave me the drive to sell real estate. And since we've been here, I've been pretty successful at the drone stuff as well. So now I'm just ready to continue moving forward with the next phase of my life.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chairman,
Appreciate it.
DJ.
Mr. Perez, this is Commissioner DJ Ferris. Thank you for your time sharing it with us today. Was all disciplinary action and all of the restitution paid and this chapter essentially closed as far as the legal proceeding back in 2013? Or when did all that conclude? And maybe describe, am I correct in seeing that your the sentence for your conviction was 8 days in a work release program, and then you were on probation until 2017, and was restitution paid prior to that? Or I basically just want to get an understanding of how far in the past is this behind you?
It's years now. I'm not 100% sure on the dates exactly, but I did do the work release. Restitution was paid fairly quickly. If I'm trying to think, but I believe it's been years now since everything has been finalized.
Okay.
Other commissioners? So Anna, I have a question for you, and it's mainly to educate this commission. You know, we're in this transition of people who do or don't have to show up in front of commission, who've had prior convictions. In this particular case, why did Lyle have to come before us? What was the trigger?
So the rules, specific rule that's being cited is Rule 1260-01-.014, and it requires anyone that has received a conviction of a misdemeanor of theft of services, money, or property, or a felony to appear before the commission. And here we have a misdemeanor theft charge.
Thank you. I probably ask that question every month we have one of these, because I'm still trying to figure out what does and doesn't have to show up in front of us. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Perez before we move on to its broker? Marcia?
I don't have a question, but Aaron just sent the rest of those documents in as well, if y'all want to look at them.
Okay. Thank you. Marcia?
Thank you very much, Aaron.
My question, Mr. Tinnick, is are you a licensed drone operator? Hello?
Hello.
Mr. Tinnick, do you have a license to run your drone? Am I the only one that can't hear, or are y'all hearing what he said?
Wow.
I got nothing.
Oh. Hello. Hello.
Mr. Tinnick?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do you have a license to run your drone?
Yes, I do. I do have a commercial license from the FAA.
Okay, thank you.
And I have with 387.
Okay, thank you.
Joe?
Mr. Tinnick, so on our paperwork, it says stolen property. Is it? And then the way you describe it is you weren't really dealing in stolen property, that you were just kind of taking some off the top from your employer. As someone would bring in some gold, you would buy a little bit of it, and then you would resell it for more money than you were making per hour. So was there stolen property involved, or were you they just caught you not bringing it all to the company and you were taking some? And
now, how it worked, I believe that was my attorney or the DA who put the charges as that, because if it was embezzlement, what they classified that as, it would have been a felony. And because I did not have any priors, or I'd never been in legal trouble at all, they went ahead and dropped the charges to all of that stuff. So I can get a misdemeanor. I'm not exactly sure why that it was the way it was, but that's I just followed my attorney's orders, and he said this is the best thing that we're going to be able to get. So So go with it. And I said, okay.
Okay, Mr. Tenix, I'll tell you, you've been as open and forthcoming as about anybody we've had on here, and you've explained yourself well, and I hope that you've learned your lesson and have a great future. I want to make a motion to approve Mr. Tenix.
All right, Joe, thank you. If there's a second, we'll consider it after we hear from his broker. Okay, Jeff Diaz is my second. All right, Mr. Hicks, we're to the part of the program where it's your turn to tell us why you're interested in having Lyle work with your firm.
Yes, sir. Good deal. Can y'all hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. Well, of course, I've been in this business 24 years or so, I guess, and broker most of that time. And as y'all know, we're always, every time I go to the grocery store or Walmart or wherever I go, I'm always looking for a talent. And we've been very blessed on a small town level. And I met Lyle, and he just kind of stood out, from the crowd. And the way he carried himself, the way he talked, just a very sharp young individual. And we had met and talked a few times. And the first time I mentioned the business to him, he just kind of shrugged me off a little bit and said, Robert, I've thought about the real estate business, but I really love what I'm doing now. I said, well, hey, man, that's cool. If you ever get to, want to talk about it or think about it, let's get real serious. And time went on a little bit, and I asked him again, and he said, I do want to talk about that. So we've been talking about it. We've met. I never bring anybody on, I don't care who it is, at the first interview. I interview people 3 times. I lose some good people that way occasionally, but I want people to get to know me a little bit, and I can get to know them a little bit. And of course, I know a lot of the people that he goes to church with personally, and I checked him out, and I felt real good about it. I never had any hesitation at all about him, and feel very good about it. Lord knows I've made my share of mistakes and stumble daily, but I think he's on the right path, and I would be honored. I think he'd be an asset to my business and to our community.
Thank you, Robert. Any questions for Mr. Hicks? All right, the motion on the floor offered by Commissioner Begley and seconded by Commissioner Diaz. Is that right? Or was it Gwen? Diaz, I think, yes.
I've got one question. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Okay.
I looked at it says that on the application that it's for a broker license, not affiliate broker license. And unless I'm mistaken, he's going for an affiliate broker, correct?
Yeah. Yes, that would be correct, sir.
That just before we may need to amend or change Commissioner Begley's motion to approve the correct application for affiliate broker as opposed to broker.
Thank you, DJ. Good catch. You okay with that, Joe and Jeff? Everybody understands the motion is to allow Mr. Perez Tenix to get his affiliate broker's license, or proceed to get his affiliate broker's license. That's the motion on the floor. Any further discussion? When your name is called, if you're in favor of the motion, please vote aye. If you're opposed, please vote no. Ms. Maxwell.
Okay. Commissioner Joe Begley. Okay, I'll come back to him. Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
Aye.
Commissioner DJ Ferris.
Aye.
Vice Chair Marcia Franks.
Aye.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn.
Aye.
Commissioner John Moffitt.
Aye.
Commissioner Joan Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett.
Aye.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes. All right, the motion passes. Lyle, you're free to proceed. to do a good job and make Mr. Hicks look smart. Mr. Rock.
I will definitely do that.
All right, my friend. Thanks for coming in.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank y'all very much.
You bet. Okay, next up is the Education Director's report. It's a fairly brief report. Mr. Education Director, Mr. White.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm looking forward to the coming year, and hopefully we'll all get together and see each other in person. So we'll push on for that. This morning, I want to present to you the rather short report, but about once or twice a year, I have these short reports. I think generally you find them to be about 25 to 30 courses to look at. But today, I want to call your attention to the education agenda and the courses and providers in 01 through 010. I present them for your review and approval this morning.
All right, Commissioners, is there a motion to accept the Education Director's recommendation to approve these courses?
Move to approve.
Second.
I've got a motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Diaz, that the Education Director's report regarding 10 new courses, 01 through 010, be approved. Discussion. All right, let's vote. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye when Caitlin calls your name. If you're opposed, vote no.
Commissioner Joe Begley, Commissioner Jeff Diaz,
Aye.
Vice Chair, Commissioner DJ Ferris,
Aye.
Vice Chair Marcia Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn,
Aye.
Commissioner John Moffett,
Aye.
Commissioner Joan Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett,
Aye.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes. Okay, so that motion passes. Next up, tell us about that one instructor, Mr. White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. We have one instructor, John Simmerly, and he is comes before us today, and basically he has the background, it looks like, in the experience, and I've talked to him personally, and I believe he is well suited to be an instructor for this course.
Do I have a motion to approve, Ms. Franks?
Ross, I just have one thing I want to be sure about. This man works for a foundation. He's a foundation inspector, and I just want to make sure that he understands that it's when he teaches a class that he's not supposed to be selling his business at the same time. If you'll just make sure of that.
I will, and I had a good discussion with him. I think he understands that, but that I believe he'll be a good instructor for this course.
Okay, I move to approve this instructor.
Second.
Joe Beckley seconds. So the motion on the floor is to accept Ross White's recommendation and approve this instructor. When your name is called, if you're in favor of the motion, please vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no. Caitlin.
Commissioner Joe Begley,
Aye.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner DJ Ferris,
Aye.
Commissioner Steve, I'm getting out of order today, Vice Chair Marcia Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn,
Aye.
Commissioner John Moffett,
Aye.
Commissioner Joan Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett,
Aye.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes. Okay, that motion passes. Ross, I have a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
So we only see the cases and instructors, courses and instructors you recommend for approval. Are there a bunch you don't even bring to us? How does that work?
No, sir. All courses are brought to you. All new providers, all providers courses. So I have to review those each month. The only thing, there are sometimes during the year we'll have providers who want a certain instructor, but they're not basically, they already have an instructor for a course, so they're asking to add an instructor to their stable. And so in some cases, we do approve those, let the, I guess, let the program approve them rather than having to bring them to you. But their additions, they're not really, they don't go along with the courses necessarily.
Let me rephrase the question. So there must be courses that are submitted that you say, there's no way I'm going to recommend this course be approved.
Oh, yes. There are times, essentially, when I don't get the documentation, or the course itself is not maybe substantive to what we're about in the laws and rules of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission. So those are, I don't bring those to you. I rather get back with the provider and explain to them the rules and the law and have them to look them up themselves. I encourage them to read our rules and law and understand it, from improving the education, real estate education, what we're all about here. And so I want them to understand that. So yes, in certain cases I do. Well, I just don't bring those to you.
I didn't want the commission to think we rubber stamped everything that got to you got to us.
Right. No, sir.
Okay, Marcia, did you have a question? Steve.
Hey, Ross.
Hey, Steve.
You're going to maybe think I'm a nut, but would it be possible for me or one of the commissioners to, let's say, audit a course from time to time at, I don't care that much about the cost, but I mean, just not for credit, just to kind of see what's going on. Is that doable or what?
Yes. Well, at this particular time we're in, Commissioner, we have so many of these streaming courses, and all have to provide me with a link. Now, I don't look at everyone, but every once in a while I'll jump on and see. So I'm auditing their course. So I could send you that, or if in the commission's wisdom, if you want to go forward with that, and I can get with Director Maxwell, and we can see to it that you have some of these links.
I'd like to see, participate in one, just kind of see what's going on. I've got a grandfathered education situation where I've only got to take an ethics course every other year.
Right.
A course in a long time, and now with streaming deal on, and understanding kind of, maybe just for my own knowledge to kind of understand what's going on in that world. So I'd appreciate a link. I don't know if anybody else would, but just I'd appreciate it.
A great suggestion. Ross or Caitlin will be in touch.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, we're up next to the executive director's report. Caitlin.
Okay, just a couple quick updates for the commission and things that I would like to bring to everyone's attention. First, I just wanted to note that we had an all-time high within the last 3 years on initial applications, 647 initial applications for the month of September. And that could be seen at the bottom of the report on the first page. And then just other updates, I wanted to let the commission know that Anna and I will be doing a short board member orientation at the beginning of the November meeting. This will be kind of more geared towards our commission and things that come up with us. I know at the last meeting, there were some questions about things that are given at that orientation. And so this will be a chance for it to be more relevant to you. I know when we do the board member orientation, you haven't even started your work as a board member. And so a lot of it is not relevant. So we will be doing a short orientation. It's a great time for you to ask any questions that you might have. And we will be hitting all of the high points at that. And we're going to hold it to a short amount of time. So, and then lastly, I wanted to update everybody on the Kentucky reciprocal agreement. You were given a draft of that agreement in your meeting documents. At this point, we have sent our edits to the Kentucky Real Estate Commission, and I'm scheduled to have an initial meeting tomorrow with their director, but I wanted to highlight to the commission the points that we've reviewed and edited and see if there were any questions or anything that anybody else would like to ask about or edit potentially. So just some of the quick highlights. You will see that we have added affiliate broker throughout the contract where sales associate is used. They use their affiliate broker as a sales associate. And then in 1.2, you'll see that we have proposed to remove the legal resident of the original state. That's not a requirement in Tennessee. And then in 1.3, we have removed supervision of another licensee within the broker definition, as that applies only to our principal brokers. And then in 1.5, we've added firm to be included with company and brokerage. And then you'll see down in 2.1, we have proposed to edit that to 3 years as opposed to 2 for the broker requirement. And then 2.2, you'll see we've added affiliate broker. And then we don't have a minimum 1 year requirement. So we have removed that to just say active and in good standing. And then under 2.4, we do have the office requirement. And so I just wanted to highlight that we also are not going to accept post office or a virtual office. And then there were some questions on 2.4 about within the borders of the reciprocal state. That's not a requirement in Tennessee, but it is a requirement that all firms furnish any documentation to the board. So we would fall under that last or statement in that section. And then otherwise, Jeff did point out to me this document has been moved from Adobe to Word and then back to Adobe. And so there was some transcription issues and corners turned into comers. So that edit has also been made, and that is under section 3.2.
Jeff Diaz caught that?
He did catch it, and even when I reread it, an M looks very similar to an R beside an N. So
it went from what to Adobe to what?
So it came to us in Adobe, and then
I don't care. I'm kidding, Caitlin.
Yeah.
I'm just impressed. Jeff caught it. Well,
He
past
did
my
catch
level.
it. Yeah.
Good job, Jeff. All right, questions for Caitlin, Marcia?
Caitlin and commissioners, I did want you to know that during the Arello annual meeting that the executive director from Kentucky reached out to me wanting to speak privately with me about this. And I told them that because we'd be voting on it, that I could not speak to him about it. But one thing that I'm wondering is, so there would have to be an agreement with our rules. Their people from Kentucky would have to have 3 years, just like ours, even though they only require 2 years and that kind of thing. I'm also wondering about E&O insurance. Do they require E&O insurance? And I know that Rice Insurance, that the majority of licensees use, is in Kentucky. I'm just wondering about, would the E&O, if I were to sell in Kentucky, would it follow me to Kentucky or would it only be good in Tennessee?
So both states require E&O. And once somebody is licensed in Tennessee, they must follow and meet all Tennessee rules and laws. So as soon as they're licensed here, they're subject to the Tennessee laws and rules.
And so if I sell in Kentucky, I would be subject to the Kentucky law of 2 years, not 3 years? Or would it be 3 years?
Based on this agreement as it's proposed, we would keep the 3 years that you would be required. If you wanted to be a broker, you would be required to have been licensed for 3 years.
And I guess my other comment would be, we have a task force at Arello that's looking into this, and it seems the direction is towards this type of thing nationwide. But to me, it's a really, really big step to take. And I know Kentucky does have an agreement with Ohio, but that's the only other state they have an agreement with. So I'm just wondering, is there a rush to this? Or is it something we need to kind of watch? Or have you heard from licensees that they're wanting it, or what?
So in Tennessee, our law says that we don't have reciprocity, but in order for you to come into our state, you must meet or exceed our requirements. And so we currently give other licensees from other states credit for equivalent education or equivalent experience. So Kentucky does not do that. Kentucky gives no equivalency currently. So Tennessee licensees trying to get a license in Kentucky are currently being given no credit for their experience or education. So for example, if you went to Kentucky right now to get a license, you would be starting from scratch. And so I think there's more of an urgency for our licensees because they currently have no equivalency in Kentucky, whereas we are giving Kentucky licensees credit for the education that they've taken that meets or exceeds our education, and we're giving them credit for this national exam because it's equivalent to our national exam.
So it's actually helping our licensees be freed up from that got to start over scenario. And I know they're really pushing for this, and I'm just wondering, why are they pushing so hard? I'm just not understanding their motive behind it, I guess.
Kentucky's motive?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think they're probably receiving a large amount of pushback because we are hearing from our licensees, like, it's crazy that I can't, I've been licensed for however many years here in Tennessee, and that means nothing in Kentucky. And so we are hearing that feedback. So I would imagine that they are also hearing a large amount of that feedback when Tennessee licensees or other state licensees go to be licensed in Kentucky.
And so this will open the door to all 50 states then. So, I mean, we have to be prepared if we do it with Kentucky that, California, Hawaii, Alaska, anybody could be asking us for this. It's not just states that are connecting to the state of Tennessee. It's just a big step.
Caitlin, I'm sorry, I'm gonna interrupt. If you're not speaking, if you'll please mute, it'll cut down on all this back noise. Thank you.
This will not change our process particularly. Right now, if somebody is coming from Kentucky and they want to be licensed in Tennessee, we would ask that they get a license certification from Kentucky, which is included in this agreement. It's under section 2.8. And those are all the requirements that we asked for on that certification. And so that will tell us, that that's their original state of licensure. It'll give us what education that they've completed in that state. It'll tell us when they were first licensed. It'll tell us if they have any discipline in that state. So we take a look at that currently, and we are able to waive if that's their original state and they're active. We're able to waive the national exam, and we are able to waive a portion of their education, typically the 60-hour course that we require for the affiliate broker. And then they would still be required to take the 30-hour course for new affiliates, which is still required under this agreement. It's under section 2.5. And then they would be required to take our state portion of our exam, which is also required under this agreement. So from our perspective, they would still be required to get fingerprinted. This is just formalizing that process that we are already doing. So really, this isn't going to change the way that we license Kentucky licensees. This will change the way that our licensees are able to go to Kentucky.
So, so a person that was coming from Kentucky, would their principal broker still be their broker in Kentucky, and that's where their Tennessee license would hang in a broker's office in Kentucky?
So they would be required.
Would we have the power, since the principal broker might not be a licensee of Tennessee, would we have the power? We wouldn't have the power over that principal broker, I don't guess, from another state if they weren't a licensee, correct?
So under
For
this
failure
agreement,
to supervise.
Under this agreement, they would be required to be supervised by a licensed Tennessee broker.
Okay.
And they would be required to be with a licensed Tennessee firm. I think that is under section, the beginning goes into all the definitions of broker, principal broker, affiliate broker.
Mm-hmm.
And so under section, they are required to be with a licensed Tennessee broker. I'm trying to see what section.
I didn't see that in this agreement, but maybe I overlooked it.
Look in section 2.3.
Also 1.7 states that a sales associate or affiliate broker under the supervision of a broker or principal broker.
But it does.
1.7
Tennessee broker.
Anna, what section did you say?
So, Vice Chair Franks, if you'll look at the first sentence of section 2.3, it'll say an applicant for a sales associate or affiliate broker's license shall submit the name of the principal broker with whom the applicant will affiliate while performing services in the reciprocal state.
And the next sentence says the principal broker must possess an active license issued by the reciprocal state or have already applied for that.
So, but it's for the reciprocal state, not Tennessee.
We would be the reciprocal state for Kentucky.
Okay. Okay. That's all.
Steve.
Yes. Caitlin, a question for you on the open and closed complaint report. I just did a quick sum of the open cases just in 2020 and compared it to the closed cases, and the number is greater by almost 100 as far as closed cases. So that means that we had obviously cases carrying forward. Do you have some type of carry forward schedule or aging schedule that shows where we stand on going forward, meaning how many are open going forward in a month? And then the other question, and the other question would be, as I look through the minutes, there's a bunch of fines and assessments, if you will, deliberations. And are those amounts of money paid quickly, or another whole process of trying to collect the money and it drags on for 90 days work? That's handle on, okay, if we assess $10,000 in the month of September, do we collect the 10,000 in October? Does it take a year to do it, or how does it work?
So I don't have that specifically in front of me, but I do meet with legal on a quarterly and on a monthly basis to go over our open complaints. And so at that time, so typically how it works is you approve, let's just say you approve the recommended discipline, and it's a civil penalty of $2,000.
Okay.
Legal would then offer that respondent a consent order. So that's an order agreeing to the discipline and stating the fines. So that respondent can choose to pay the $2,000, sign the consent order, and close the case. They can also choose to not do that, which would then leave the case open. And then they have a set amount of days, and I would let legal speak to that. I think it's either 30 days or potentially, so I think it's 30 days. So then at that point, we would send a follow-up, and we'll often do a last chance letter. If nothing comes of that, then that case would be moved to formal charges and to a formal hearing. Now, obviously, we can't try 30 cases in a month. It's just not feasible.
Right.
Certain cases go before an ALJ, such as unlicensed activity. So those can be heard without the commission, but any other case would go before the commission. And so those are typically scheduled in order of priority or in order of, urgency. And so we are continuing to always try to either settle those cases or to schedule them for a formal hearing.
So if we assessed, let's say, $10,000 this month, are we to assume that the 10,000 is without a problem, or unless it comes back? So, I'm trying to get a sense of what percentage we collect. How, do we, when we assess something, is it automatic? Obviously, it's not automatic, but I mean, what's our ratio of success, if you will, on doing what we assess?
I don't have that right in front of me, but if it goes to a formal hearing and someone still doesn't pay it, then it would go to collections. So there is a point when it is turned over to the collection agency, and it's no longer a fee that we're attempting to collect, but rather been turned to collections if they do not pay it after a certain point.
What about just a case count on a going forward basis? Meaning, like, okay, we're rolling into October and we've got 20 out there, or we got 100 out there. Or, I mean, y'all look at that?
We do. We're always trying to look at that. We have a goal to close or internally we have statuses that cases are in. So within a number of 180 days, we are trying to close, or what we call action step, each case. So 180 days is roughly 6 months. And that's based on the number of complaints that we receive. So I could give you a better answer to your question because it is something
Okay.
that we look at and track, but it's just not something that I have calculated right in front of me.
Could you, I mean, would it be tough to add another column to your sheet that shows like, okay, we got at the end, we got blank number. I'm going to tell you, hey, I'm just looking for information.
Yeah, no, that shouldn't be hard. I can play
Okay.
around with it and have something to you by next month.
All right. Thank you.
Joan Smith.
Yes, I'm here. I had a
Go
question.
ahead.
How many other states do we have this agreement with, like we're trying to work out with Kentucky?
So we don't, but we are able to license individuals from other states based on their experience. So it's not an issue if somebody's coming to Tennessee from Alabama or Georgia or Florida or Texas or any other state. The process for us would be the same. And it would fall in line with the process of this agreement where they would send us their license certification from that state. And each license certification essentially has the same information. It has when the person was first licensed, if there was any gaps in their licensure, if they had any discipline. It has what that state requires. So it'll have that state's pre-licensing and the applicant's education.
So this is our first time to have an agreement with another state. Is that correct?
Not ever, no. So historically, I think 2 directors ago, not me and then not the 2 directors prior, but there was reciprocal agreements with many states. I've actually seen those in our filing room. I believe the director was Bruce. I can't remember his last name, but he had various agreements with most states. And I don't know the history of why the commission or why states moved away from those agreements. I do know that our law allows for a meeting or exceeding of the requirements. So Kentucky does not. So this is more so something that we're doing to allow our licensees to be able to use their experience and education to go to Kentucky.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So is this something that you're seeing across the United States where other states are using this agreement across state lines? Marcia, and you may be seeing this or hearing this more, but Caitlin, is this something new that we're seeing happening?
So I don't know exactly, every state's laws or rules. I do know that we are hearing from our licensees that they're not able to get licensed in Kentucky without starting from scratch. So without, I can't make this blanket statement, but I would be willing to bet that most states have a similar statute that we have that allows for an equivalency of education and experience. Pretty much wherever you go, you're going to have to take that state's portion of the state exam, and you're going to have to take that state's law education and then keep up with their continued education. And that's the same as this.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Marcia.
You're muted, Marcia.
Kaylin, not to put you on the spot or anything, but as the Arello president, I'm the one who puts people on committees. And so I would love to see you to be on that task force so that you would have more of the inner workings of what everybody else is doing. And you don't have to give me an answer now. I'm just putting that bee in your bonnet.
Okay.
But I think it's something that would behoove Tennessee to know, to be right there in the front seat of what's going on.
And I do actually have, I actually have it right here, a listing from Arillo of all other states, like their pre-licensing, the number of hours that they require, and then when the courses must be completed, some states before the exam, some states are after, and then, some of the experience. So Arillo have all that information available as far as the pre-licensing requirement.
Other commissioners? Caitlin, a couple things. Jeff, go ahead.
But Caitlin, real quick, so your expectation with this is Tennessee licensees are going to flow into Kentucky to get a license, not so much the other way?
My expectation is that this will not change the way that we license Kentucky licensees. This is in line with how we currently license individuals coming from Kentucky trying to get a license in Tennessee. But yes, I think this will help our Tennessee licensees be able to go to Kentucky and use their experience and education to get a license with that experience and education. Does that answer your question?
Joe?
I might have missed this, but Caitlin, if a Kentucky person comes here and has the requirements, and they still have to have a broker in Tennessee, so they'll have a broker in Tennessee and Kentucky. Is that correct?
They have to have a licensed Tennessee broker, and then they have to be with a licensed Tennessee firm in order to do business.
Okay, so that was what Marsha was asking earlier. So we will have control over their broker in Tennessee, kinda. They're not operating out of Kentucky where the broker's just like, well, they can't do anything to me. They have someone that's under us over them.
They once they're licensed in Tennessee, all other rules and laws apply to them. So they have to be with a licensed principal broker that has a Tennessee license and a licensed Tennessee firm.
Okay, other questions? Marsha, a couple of things. Caitlin, I have a statement for you. So I'm licensed in Kentucky. I have RICE insurance, and I pay like an extra $10 every renewal cycle to get the Kentucky coverage. So it's very inexpensive. Second of all, I think if we get this worked out, this is definitely a benefit to Tennessee licensees who want to do business in Kentucky. Here's the Caitlin, the rub I have, and this might be my company policy, not state law or any type of agreement, but I don't necessarily want one of my licensees here in Tennessee to go up into Kentucky and affiliate with some broker that I know nothing about and have that licensee doing business in Kentucky without me knowing anything about it. Now, I guess I'm covered because the practice is being done in Kentucky. But the states we've looked into, most of them say, yeah, you can come to Kentucky or you can come to North Carolina or you can go to Mississippi, but you've got to come with your broker, not just go out there and pick you a broker to work with. Is there any discussion on that?
That's not something that we currently require. If somebody from Kentucky is coming to Tennessee, we care about who they affiliate with here, and that they're affiliated with an active Tennessee principal broker and an active firm.
I got it. I guess so. I think it's going to be my company policy. I don't want my agents out giving out my company's card, maybe not even intentionally, when they're doing work out of state and I can't supervise them. Just talking.
Yeah, I think that could be a company policy as opposed to adding a law or a rule in Tennessee.
John, I would say too, there's still a lot of things I think to be worked out. There's still some questions like that everybody's talking about nationwide. So I'm not comfortable with us just yet saying, yes, let's sign this deal with Kentucky. I don't know, I'm not sure what else but it just every day something else comes up or thought, just I hadn't thought about what John just said. So are we being pressured to sign it now or what do you see the timetable, a good timetable would be, Caitlin?
Well, I could represent this to the commission next month after I have met with the Kentucky director. I would just reiterate that the only group that is currently being limited by us not moving forward is Tennessee licensees. So we're not hurting Kentucky licensees by not moving forward, but we are affecting Tennessee licensees that are looking to move forward in.
Caitlin, I would like to suggest, I would love to be able to send you Ann Pettit, who's the executive director of the Ohio Commission. Can I send you her contact information? Very, very nice. She's past president of Arello. And I know that Ohio is the only one that has signed with Kentucky. And Ann was actually the person who put that task force together when she was president. So it might be a good place, someone to talk to, for you to speak with, even before you talk to that CEO in Kentucky. I'll send you her information and you can decide about it.
Yes, no, I'm happy to reach out to her. This is her agreement, actually.
Right.
Between Ohio and Kentucky, and then we have just edited it based on our laws.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I mean, if everything I can tell from Caitlin is this is just, we're just helping our agents here in the state of Tennessee. That the Kentucky people already have the benefit of this agreement. It's just not in writing. They come here and they present their case, their education, their experience, and they're getting it. Our agents aren't getting anything out of Kentucky, which this will give them that. I don't see any downside to it. It's not going to lessen, it's not going to weaken our pool of agents. So I'm in favor.
Other comments?
Caitlin, what is the term of this agreement? Is it for 1 year?
So I think that could be decided. Actually removed the part where Ohio and Kentucky signed this. But I think it's something that could be reviewed on an annual basis or an as-needed basis. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the way that the agreement was written, it could be canceled at any time.
And this is not something we need permission from the legislature about. This is something totally within the commission purview.
No, under our statute, it allows for reciprocal agreements.
Okay.
Okay, I've got one more quick topic in your report, Caitlin, then we'll take a 10-minute break. So you provided the PSI exam results.
Oh.
And there are some schools, is this public information, first of all?
It is. That information is not on my report, but it is something that Ross included, and it's something that's on our website.
Okay, so at some point, I mean, there are some schools that are, they're not passing 50% of their students. Is there ever a time when it's appropriate for the state to send a letter to the school saying, you guys need to pick it up a notch?
I think it would probably be more appropriate for us to just continue to promote this report for new applicants who are looking to get their education and testing in Tennessee. I think the report speaks for itself as far as what schools are preparing candidates to test.
So to me, I'm just talking out loud. I'd like for the Real Estate Commission to send letters to every one of these companies that says they can get you out of your timeshare and say, well, there's some stipulations in the state of Tennessee you better tell your people about. But that's not appropriate either. I mean, I'm just trying to be proactive or thinking about the idea of being proactive.
Wait, I'm confused because
It's a totally different topic.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You've kind of lost. So
Okay, is there a time when it's the right thing to do, say the Real Estate Commission, to advise the school that they're not meeting what we think are minimum standards, or is your position the market should take care of that by us publishing these results?
my position is that that's a market, a result of the market and a result of their score speaking for themselves when candidates are looking to pick an education provider.
Okay. Well, I still would like to myself have the Real Estate Commission send letters to every timeshare relief program out there that says you might want to check with us and see what our statute is. But Steve,
For the is the cost the same? I don't have the sheet in front of me. I mean, the real estate schools they charge different costs, charging or doing a worse job, or is that a bad assumption?
We aren't regulating the costs that school charges. Obviously, our applications are by the number of hours, and that's how the costs are determined, is how long the course is. So I think you have to look at this report knowing that some of these are retests. Some of these have taken the exam 2 or 3 times. I think you have to look at it with other factors also in mind.
Got it. So there's not one group that's doing a better job than another necessarily just because of what they're charging, correct?
I would say no.
Okay.
Ross, do you have?
Me too. I agree. I mean, we don't really judge. It's market driven what they charge for the courses. So they all kind of look and shop around and see what they're charging for a core course, for instance. And you got to understand too, Commissioner, you've got mom and pop smaller providers, then you've got the large nationwide providers, and so they all have and then our folks can actually go online and look at our listing on our website to shop around to see what's most convenient to them for a certain course, and whether or not it's an internet course or classroom or whatnot. But that's kind of how it is, and we don't. In my 6 years here, the commission's never ventured into how much a provider charges per course. Rather, it is market driven.
So, to John's point, when they go to your website and they look for courses and the online courses and that kind of thing, how would they get this chart right here to show their pass-fail rate? How would they specifically get that, Caitlin?
So it's under the education tab, and I can send everybody a link to where it is. We continuously update it because you'll see the one that was provided in this meeting's documents is cumulative. So it's from January 1 to September 30th of 20. So right now we're publishing this on an annual basis. And I would say at least 6 months is necessary. I think looking at just 1 month is not telling. So we do post it cumulatively for the year and update it. And the other thing I would say, Ross and I met with all of the education providers last year in a roundtable. And we had hoped to do it this year, but obviously some things got in the way. But they are very aware of this report. And we received a lot of questions about it. And so the way it works is a student goes to a particular provider, takes their pre-licensing courses, and then in order to schedule the test, that provider has to register the candidate for the test. So they use their provider school code to register the student. And so that's how the student score is reflected on that particular provider. And retest, I know John had called me and asked me why the Tennessee Real Estate Commission is listed. And that's because if somebody expires for a year, then it would be us that sets them up. Or if somebody's upgrading their license, either we would set them up or the provider that they took their 30-hour office broker management would set them up. But like out-of-state applicants, if we reviewed their certification, we would set them up.
Other questions? Marcia.
John, back to your question. You started to ask something about timeshares. Arello has just produced and is making it available to all jurisdictions a timeshare video that could be put on each jurisdiction's website, explaining to people about how to go about what to do about their timeshare problems. And I think that might be a good thing. I know that our attorneys have approved it, but Tennessee's attorneys would need to approve it. But it's a great tool that's free of charge to the state in helping people to get out of their timeshares.
Yes, I actually plan to work with our media team on posting those through their outlets because there's a video on the timeshare, and also I believe there was the what to look for when trying to get out of your timeshare, or kind of steps to take for the consumer.
All right, guys, let's take a 8-minute break and come back at 10 minutes after the hour. Caitlin?
Yes.
Would you mind just running through the roll real quick? Let's see who we have.
Sure. Okay. Joe Begley. Jeff Diaz, back.
Here.
DJ Ferris.
Here.
Marcia Franks. Okay, I see Steve. John Moffett. Joan is back. I see Stacy. John. Okay, so it looks like we're just waiting on Joe, DJ, and John Moffett. Oh, there's John Moffett.
And Marcia.
Marcia and DJ.
DJ's with us.
I'm here.
I don't think Marcia's back yet.
I think. Let me ask this, Caitlin. As far as cases being pulled from the consent agenda, do you have a list of those that have been sent to you so far?
I do. So Marcia pulled case number 3 and 47. You and Joan both pulled number 14. And then I have you also pulling number 33 and number 43.
So we just have 5 that have so far been pulled.
Correct.
Commissioners, anybody else have cases they'd like to pull off the consent list? That's good news. Selena?
Yes, good morning, Commissioners.
I think it's time for you to read these cases into the record, and then we'll get a motion.
Sure. Good morning, Commissioners. This is Shalina Brown, and I am presenting the legal report for the October 8th, 2020 Tennessee Real Estate Commission meeting. Number 1, 2020033 Number 2, 20200300651. Number 3, 2020029981. Number 4, 2020041391. Number 5, 2020044421. Number 6, 2020045741. Number 7, 20203671. Number 8, 2020036781. Number 9, 2020045171. Number 10, 2020047001. Number 11, 2020041001. Number 12, 2020041021. Number 13, 2020045071. Number 14, 2020045231. Number 15, 2020064881. Number 16, 2020046701. Number 17, 2020048371. Number 18, 2020049111. Number 19, 2020049161. Number 20, 2020049471. Number 21, 2020049531. Number 22, 2020046991. Number 23, 2020047571. Number 24, 2020048011. Number 25, 2020048081. Number 26, 2020050271. 27, 2020047161. Number 28, 2020043171. 29, 2020045541. Number 30, 2020047461. Number 31, 2020049351. Number 32, 2020050351. Number 33, 2020051191. Number 34, 2020051321. 35, 2020045091. Number 36, 2020044551. Number 37, 2020046681. Number 38, 2020046381. 39, 2020052261. Number 40, 2020053011. Number 41, 2020050341. Number 42, 2020050361. Number 43, 2020043501. Number 44, 2020046071. Number 45, 2020054151. And the representations, number 46, 2020026501. Number 47, 2020020901. 48, 2020041031. Number 49, 2020041051. Number 50, 2020036311. Number 51, 2020040221. 52, 202000029571. 53, 2020029541. Number 54, 2019099841. And I understand that there's been one addition, and I don't have that.
We'll say
The number is 2019066961.
What number did you get, Anna? 55?
55, 2019066961.
And that was also pulled by Marcia. So,
Yeah. So the chair is going to entertain a motion to accept council's recommendation on all cases on the consent agenda, with the exception of cases 3, 14, 33, 43, 47, and 55. Is there such a motion? Thank you, Jeff. Is there a second?
Second.
I saw Joan's hand first, Marcia, sorry. So the second's by Joan Smith. Is there discussion on the motion? Are there other cases anyone would like to pull out? All right, then, I think we're ready to vote. If you're in favor of the motion, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed, you'll vote no. Caitlin?
okay, Commissioner Joe Beckley. Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
Aye.
Commissioner DJ Ferris.
Aye.
Vice Chair Marcia Frank.
Aye.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn.
Aye.
Commissioner John Moffett.
Aye.
Commissioner Jones-Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett,
Aye.
Chairman John Creese.
Yes. All right, the motion passes. We're ready now to talk about some of these cases individually. Case number 3. Marcia?
Yes, on case number 3, the type of license is a principal broker. And then under that, the history, revocation in 2012 for failure to remit monies belonging to others. And so now there's this case that this person failed to give rents on a fourplex for the months of October, November, and December. And now the complainant can't find this person to get the money back. And so when I look at the recommendation to authorize a formal hearing and assess a civil penalty in the amount of $2,000 for violation of reasonable time account for or remit any monies, and then also for unlicensed practice of real estate. So I guess question number 1 is this person a principal broker as we have listed here, or are they still revoked?
This person has a expired license, but they were revoked in 2012.
So they were revoked in 2012. So when were they relicensed if it's expired?
They were not relicensed, and that's why there's the unlicensed violation.
So if they're unlicensed, can we hold them accountable for failing within a reasonable time to remit the money?
No, actually, the violation should only be for the unlicensed activity.
And did we send this out for to be investigated, or did the attorneys do the investigating?
This was not sent out for an investigation. It was based on all the documents that were submitted to the commission.
Okay, and so has counsel been also been unable to contact this person?
Yes, I've been unable to reach this individual.
Okay, so the $2,000 then is for unlicensed activity?
Yes.
Isn't the largest amount we can give $1,000 per occasion? I'm just wondering what you base the $2,000 on.
Yes, that's correct. This 2,000 was based on 2 violations, but the violation is for unlicensed activity.
So we can only give them $1,000, but we can give them $1,000 per occasion and even per day. And we know it was a fourplex, and we know that they still have the monies for October, November, and December. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if we can only get them for unlicensed activity, is $1,000 all that we can give them, or can we give it to them by occurrence since it's unlicensed activity?
It's per day. Per occurrence.
So I'm looking at this. This obviously is a person that just thumbs their nose at the real estate laws. They've already been revoked. They were a principal broker, and now they're practicing with unlicensed. So I would like for us to talk about increasing the penalty. I know we're going to say we haven't been able to get in touch with them, but I just think it deserves a little bit of discussion about it. What does everybody think?
I've got a question. John, you're on mute. Uh-oh.
Ha. Go ahead, Steve.
Has the complainant filed a lawsuit, or are they doing anything else other than what we're talking about?
Based on the information I've been provided, there is no other lawsuit that was filed by the complainant.
So how do they
charges?
How do they plan on collecting their money?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But they've not filed criminal charges, right, Shalina?
I'm sorry?
They have not filed criminal charges?
Not that I know of.
So Marcia is trying to get some discussion started that might increase the civil penalty offer. And Shalina, did you say there were 2 violations?
No, there's actually 1 violation for the unlicensed activity. This person is expired and has been revoked. So the other violation, we cannot proceed.
So your recommendation would be $1,000 civil penalty?
Yes.
All right. Discussion.
Are you going to try to count the violation for October, November, December as separate violations?
Well, yes, and it's on 4 units, 4plex. It's a 4plex. So I'm wondering if there's 4. I mean, if you did it per day, there's 30 days a month. But I'm willing to give them a little bit of a break and to make it a charge per month, October, November, December, times the 4. So I'm looking at like $12,000.
Are you looking at it strongly enough to make that a motion?
Yes.
Did you say yes, Marcia?
I thought somebody had a question. No, I would like to make this motion. I'd like to make a motion that we give a civil penalty of $12,000 for unlicensed practice of real estate activity. And, okay, that's all.
Is there a second? John Moffett seconds the motion. Okay, the motion is to offer this person a civil penalty of $12,000 for practicing real estate without a license. We'll vote on the motion. I want to discuss one thing. Is there discussion on the motion first?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Jeff?
Shalina, since we have a hard time tracking this person down, it's probably unlikely we're going to be able to collect. So I would like to amend the motion, a friendly amendment, and say this person in case they ever try to activate their license in Tennessee.
Shalina?
Yes.
I think Jeff is asking your opinion about adding the stipulation to this motion that if indeed this person ever shows back up in front of the Real Estate Commission, they'd have to come before us first.
I think that we possibly can flag this particular individual, but I believe they probably still will have to come before you.
It would have to come based on the existing revocation from 2012.
Jeff, you want to formalize it, or are you okay with that?
May I say this, Jeff? I think that this needs to be investigated. I think it's asking a lot of our attorneys to be investigators too. And she says it's not going out for investigation. So before we give up on collecting anything from this person, I'd like to give it a shot at the penalty. And if they can't find them, they can't find them, and we can come back and flag and close it at that time.
So, Marcia, do you want to delay this case until an investigator goes out and takes a look?
Yes, that would be fine.
So would you like to offer a new motion?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we ask that an investigator be sent out to investigate this case.
And so there's a
And
motion
bring it
including
back to us, and bring it back to us as soon as possible.
which likely will be two meetings away. Okay, so if there's a second, the motion on the floor will be that this case be deferred for 60 days to allow for an investigator to be sent to give us more details. Is there a second to that motion? John Moffett seconds that motion. Okay, it's properly before us. Now discussion.
Question.
Steve.
This is for Shalene. I'm trying to understand. So this person has no license, correct? And so essentially, what standing do we have as a body? I mean, it seems to me like I'm playing DA a little bit. And I mean, if that's our role, I mean, I just kind of want to understand this a little bit better, because it seems like we're trying to go after somebody that's breaking the law, essentially. And so is that our job, or is that somebody else's job?
Well, it's clear that in this situation, they were formerly a licensee. They were revoked in 2012, and then in 2013, their license expired. So the activity that occurred was between 2019 and 2020, and they were unlicensed at that time. So we do have jurisdiction for the unlicensed activity because they engaged in the practice of real estate. So
because
we do.
they had a license 7 years ago. So does it say once a person has a license and they let it lapse, that we can go after anyone forever?
No,
or is there a time period on? I mean, that's 7 years ago. We're going after. I mean, I'm saying I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to understand the law here a little bit.
Well, it would be as though they never even had a license, and we are pursuing this because they are unlicensed. It would be as though any individual practicing real estate without a license. So regardless of whether they had one.
Right.
So we do have a system.
So anybody in the state that practices real estate without a license, our jurisdiction, if there's a complaint made, in other words, why did this person not go talk to the district attorney or file a lawsuit or something?
They could have done that, but they would have to get a police report or something, and the DA would have to take it up, and that would be under the discretion of the district attorney. Yes, I don't think they could direct the district attorney to take up a criminal action.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is why somebody basically lost money by someone that's practicing real estate without a license is coming to us to enforce it, as opposed to I don't know if it's a district attorney or a judge or somebody else to get a judgment after this person and get my money back.
That would
Can we go get a judgment? We can't do it.
No.
Shalena, did you talk with the complainant on the phone?
I spoke with an attorney that is involved in the matter.
And who is the attorney you're representing? The complainant or respondent?
The complainant. I have no idea where this respondent is even.
Okay, so you don't know why they have not filed charges yet?
No.
I would just like to chime in quickly and clarify one thing. So we don't represent the complainant in these matters. So a complainant files a complaint and then it's presented before the Real Estate Commission. So we represent the state of Tennessee and the Real Estate Commission. So what the complainant chooses to do or not to do is not really going to fall under our jurisdiction. And most times we also see people that file complaints with us, and also maybe a civil complaint or a criminal complaint as well. So it's more than one different thing.
And it looks like if they've got an attorney that maybe they're, sometimes people want to get it from us and then they take that to court with them, Steve, and say the real estate commission found them guilty and charged them $12,000 penalty. And they use that as leverage in a criminal court too.
Well, why would they do that? Why would they do that at the same time? I mean, I don't know.
We don't want to speculate what the complainant's motivations are or what their reasoning is. All that matters here in this particular case is that this complaint falls under our jurisdiction, as it is unlicensed real estate activity. Therefore, that's something that we can look into. I don't think it would be appropriate for us to speculate how they decide to handle their own transaction or what was going on. So we only know what they've provided to us. And this clearly falls under our jurisdiction as well.
And that's why I asked that someone be sent out to investigate it. Because we don't have all the information.
The fact that they used to have a license has no bearing on it, really.
No.
Correct. Okay.
I was going to say the complainant may not know that the one is not licensed.
John, you're muted. John, you're muted.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to defer this case for 60 days while it is further investigated. If you're in favor of that motion, you'll vote yes when your name is called. If you're opposed, please vote no. Caitlin?
Okay. Commissioner Joe Baker.
Yes.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
Aye.
Commissioner DJ Ferris.
Aye.
Vice Chair Marcia Frank.
Aye.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn.
Yes.
Commissioner John Moffett.
Aye.
Commissioner Joan Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett.
Aye.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes. Okay, that motion passes. We're on now to case 14. Joan, you want to tell us what your concern is, or we always have the option of reading this out loud into the record before you ask your question. So what's your pleasure, Joan?
Let me pull it up just a second.
Okay.
Just a second. Let me get there. I think my question was, there were several, this is my question, and you can have the same thing, John. The complainant was talking about, about the different ways that the respondent was advertising on different ways. And my question was, did you get copies of that? Do we have proof that all of that was done? Because let me go back through here. They were advertising cash sales and quick sales and max values and all of those things. But the respondent comes back and says he hadn't done that. So my question was, when a case is open like that, do you get proof that those things were done when those cases are turned in to you, Caitlin?
This is Shalina Brown. That's okay. I usually just get the complaint, and sometimes they do provide supplementary documents. It depends. And I just wanted to add, in this particular case, I did obtain supplementary documents after the case was pulled from the consent agenda. And those supplementary documents support the allegations by the complainant. In particular, I did receive a purchase and sale agreement in the name of this respondent and the seller of the property. And the assignment that was made on Facebook, the allegation that there was an assignment of a contract made on Facebook was correct. So in this case, I will change my recommendation to request authorization for a formal hearing and assess a civil penalty of $1,000 for violation of the personal interest rule.
Okay.
Okay, so also Pueblo's case.
Yes.
What caught my attention, first of all, did you say you got those documents after the case was pulled from the consent calendar?
Yes.
So do you think there are more documents out there that might be helpful?
Well, I reviewed the file and there's a comprehensive listing of documents, but they didn't necessarily support the allegations. So oftentimes when I receive a complaint, there might be additional documents, but they do not substantiate or support the allegation. And that's often the case when complaints are filed. But in this case, I did obtain the additional documents that directly support and have the name of this respondent in the purchase and sale agreement. So that was enough proof to support the allegation.
Okay, so what first caught my attention was already this year, apparently we've issued a letter of warning.
Yes.
What was it related to?
It was related to an advertising violation.
So was it a similar type advertisement that we're talking about today?
Yes, Facebook related.
And so we issued a letter of warning, and apparently the licensee paid no attention to it.
Apparently not.
All right, so I'm in the mood. I understand the personal interest recommendation, but I'm in the mood if we issue a letter of warning, which I consider a courtesy most of the time, and they pay no attention to it, then I'm not in the mood to ignore the fact that they violated advertising rules and statute. So if I were making a motion, I would agree with counsel that failure to disclose a personal interest is worth us offering a $1,000 civil penalty, but there ought to be something included in that motion that speaks to ongoing advertising violations. Floor is open.
Can we get Anna Matlock to help us with that so we'll know what the statute says?
Assistance on what, on the statute for?
What John was just talking about.
Okay, hold on one second.
Are you inquiring about the advertising rules, those violations?
Well, we issued a letter of warning that was ignored apparently. And so the next step after a letter of warning, this is like the second step. I mean, if Kaylin was doing this administratively, we'd be up to what, $1,000 at this point? Or is it just seems to me that based on what I've heard this morning, that this licensee doesn't pay any attention to the letter of warning that we sent to them. They just continue doing what they were doing when we sent them the letter of warning. Does that help, Anna?
Yeah, yes, that helps. So the issue, so they have a letter of warning here. There isn't really a particular statute or rule that discusses like how to escalate discipline. That's kind of a case-by-case basis that we would make a determination on. But I would always point us out to the rule that dictates civil penalties. So 1260 02-.32 civil penalties. So we can look at those for the different infractions, and of course, they're delineated by the different statutes. But whenever we're considering a civil penalty, we're going to want to look at the different factors to assess those. So prior discipline is usually something that we look at as a factor when making a determination. So if that was to be a reason that you would want to go further, I think you could definitely use that. And it's definitely within your description with discussion.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Shalina, so your recommendation, failure to disclose a personal interest, had to do with the purchase and sale agreement. Is that correct?
Yes.
So there's room to offer an additional civil penalty for an advertising violation. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Floor is open.
How many advertising can we count? I mean, how many occasions?
I don't have the number of posts that were made, but there is a provision that states that no licensee shall advertise in a false, misleading, or deceptive manner. If the commission would like to assess a penalty based on that rule.
From your investigation, Shalina, how many? You don't have it with you now, but when you were looking at this, were there more than one? Was there 2 instances or 20 instances? Do you think was it high side or low side?
Based on what I recall, there was at least over 2, but I don't recall there being a tremendous amount. But I would have to double check how many posts were made on the property.
Okay,
and so would that go with the violation of personal interest also? It would be 2 or more cases?
If it was for that assignment of that purchase and sale agreement.
Oh, okay.
Joan.
Okay, that was my question. How many posts and what kind of documentation you had on that? As far as
I do have the posts, but I don't know how many there were. I would have to go back to that particular Facebook page and determine how many there were.
Okay, thank you.
So if anyone would care about the chair's opinion, I think a $1,000 civil penalty for advertising violation to go along with the $1,000 civil penalty recommended by counsel for failure to disclose a personal interest would be appropriate.
So moved.
Seconded by Joe Bagley. So I got a motion on the floor to discuss that, if approved, would offer this licensee a $1,000 civil penalty for failure to disclose a personal interest and a $1,000 advertising violation. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Jeff.
Want to offer a friendly amendment to
Sure.
require this licensee to attend a contracts course within 90 days and not to be counted towards their continuing education.
How many hour course would that be, Jeff?
It's 4 hours.
4 hours. Okay. Does either maker of the motion or the second have a problem adding that to it? I sense not.
That's fine.
Okay. The motion, we're ready to vote, I think, but just repeated. A civil penalty of $1,000 for failure to disclose the personal interest and $1,000 for advertising violation, plus a requirement that within 90 days, the licensee take a 4-hour contract course that does not apply to any other educational requirements. Discussion? Okay, Caitlin, if you'll call the roll. If you're in favor of that motion, please vote aye.
Commissioner Joe Begley. Commissioner Jack Diaz.
Aye.
Commissioner DJ Ferris,
Aye.
Vice Chair Marcia Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn,
Aye.
Commissioner John Moffett,
Aye.
Commissioner Joan Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett,
Aye.
Chairman John Creech.
Aye. All right, that motion passes. We're on to number 33. And so I asked this to be pulled. I don't necessarily object to council's recommendation, but in the body of this complaint, the respondent states in one line that he and the complainant were both drunk and had an argument. And then later on replies, the respondent has used marijuana recreationally from time to time at night or on the weekends. The respondent never smokes marijuana during the daylight hours. This is a respondent admitting he's doing this stuff. At the very least, is this something his or her broker should know? That's my question. DJ, you've got the floor.
I think this is a wrong, different case number you're talking about. I remember reading that, but
Oh, my fault. 31. Is that in? No.
32.
32. I'm sorry. So I guess we've already approved council's recommendation on 32. So let me give council's recommendation. Do you think this guy's or lady's broker knows about this? Do they get copied with this as well? Dixie. Council.
I could answer that. They
Okay,
do.
Caitlin.
I'm sorry.
Sure. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that they do get a copy of the complaint against their affiliate broker.
Do they get a copy of the response from the affiliate broker?
Not necessarily unless the affiliate broker was to send them the response. But at the time that it's opened, it's sent to the respondent and then their supervising broker, just as a kind of FYI.
And typically the principal broker usually does not respond but on some occasions they do respond. And in this case, they didn't provide any response on behalf of the respondent.
I probably wouldn't want to either, though, John.
Pardon me, Marcia.
I probably wouldn't want to respond as the principal broker either to the commission.
Well, the good news is respondent did say that he does not drive to smoke marijuana. I just wonder if in the public interest, is it something we ought to make sure the broker takes a look at? I don't know. But we've already handled this case on the consent agenda, so we'll move on. Number 33, which I pulled was an error on my part. I think it's safe for me to make a motion to approve council's recommendation on 33. Is there a second?
Second.
John Moffett seconded. No discussion. Those in favor of the motion will say aye when Caitlin calls your name.
Commissioner Joe Begley,
Aye.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner DJ Ferris,
Aye.
Vice Chair Marcia Frank,
Aye.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn,
Yes.
Commissioner John Moffett,
Aye.
Commissioner Joan Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett,
Aye.
Chairman John Creech.
Yes. Okay, next up is 43. This is a real estate company. So I look at the history of this company as well. Did this real estate firm agree to the consent orders in 2017 and 2018?
Yes, I believe they were, the civil penalty was assessed and paid. I would have to go back and double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. In this case, I didn't have any response, and that's why the recommendation is for a civil penalty for failure to respond, because I can't even address anything until I have a response.
Well, I mean, we've got the option to revoke a firm's license just like we do in individuals. And it's not worth a whole lot because they can just reopen under another name pretty quickly. But what about the notion that this real estate firm has a principal broker? Is there some reason counsel wouldn't recommend at least opening a complaint against the principal broker?
No, if it's the commission's will to do that, then I can open that complaint, proceed and open a complaint against the principal broker.
Okay, Commission, the floor is open.
I make a motion that we open a complaint. We accept council's recommendation on this one, but that we open a complaint against the principal broker. And I guess at this point, for what are we opening the complaint for? For lack of supervision?
Failure to supervise?
Failure to supervise. John, does that sound right to you?
Well, I'm thinking he's supervising himself, so if we can do that.
I know.
So we can
specific
response back. I just think the complaint is pretty much filed against the wrong party. It ought to be against the principal broker and not against the firm.
That's why I'm wanting to approve council's recommendation to keep it against the firm. So maybe this will get their attention this time. Because they're probably happy and thinking, well, you can't downgrade a firm. All you can do is revoke it. I open another company. So keep this one, as my motion said, but open one against the principal broker for failure to supervise. The failure to supervise is they're not supervising their own firm. Because that is someone that we can downgrade or revoke also as the principal broker. And it's very obvious they're not paying attention. So maybe that would get their attention.
Okay, so the motion, if we can get a second, would be to accept council's recommendation on case 43 and then open a new complaint against the principal broker of the real estate firm listed in complaint 43, with the narrative being basically the same. Is there a second? Steve, is that second?
Yes.
Okay,
Second.
so the motion's properly on the floor. Now discussion. No discussion? All right, Kate, let's call the roll and see how this goes. Let me restate quickly. It's a two-part motion. One, to accept council's recommendation and close case 43, and secondly, to open the case up against the principal broker of the real estate firm.
No, not to close. It's to accept council's recommendation, not to close it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on the wrong page. Thank you, Marcia.
Yeah, 47.
I got it. Okay, accept council's recommendation and then open a complaint against the principal broker of this real estate firm.
Okay, Commissioner Joe Begley.
Yes.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
Aye.
Commissioner DJ Harris.
Aye.
Vice Chair Marcia Frank.
Aye.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn.
Aye.
Commissioner John Moffitt.
Aye.
Commissioner Joan Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett,
Aye.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes. Okay, that motion passes. Marcia, we're on to number 47, which is on your list.
Yes, number 47 is for unlicensed activity, and it's we already made a decision to accept council's recommendation of $1,000 civil penalty for failure to respond and open a complaint against the unregistered timeshare program for unlicensed activity. And so the new information is they can't find this person. So the recommendation is to just close. And I'm not willing to just close it because, you know, this lets people just hide from us with no repercussions. So I would like for us to, and here's the thing. I'm not sure. I know that council has to do some of the investigating, and I know that there are also investigators that work for the state of Tennessee that are sent out to investigate too. And I know some people cannot be found. I'm just not willing to let this person go and just close this. So I guess my motion would be to flag and close this so that if there's anything else, you know, if they come before us, we'll have that. But also, and I know it carries very little weight, but it would make me shiver in my boots if I got something turned over to the DA in that wherever the complaint was made, whether the DA ever looks at it or not. I would say let's flag and close, and also send it to the that county's district attorney.
Is there a second? Jeff Diaz seconds the motion. Discussion. All right, let's vote. Caitlin, if you're in favor of the motion, please vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no.
Okay, Commissioner Joe Begley, Commissioner Jeff Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner DJ Ferris,
Aye.
Vice Chair Marcia Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn,
Aye.
Commissioner John Moffett,
Aye.
Commissioner Joan Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett,
Aye.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes. Okay, before we get to case 55, Shalena, let me say this to commission. So Caitlin and council have been asking us if we have concerns about a particular case or cases to contact them before the meeting. They can either be prepared for the discussion or answer our questions. So this month I sent Shalena concerns about 11 or 12 cases. She promptly replied, and the net bottom line is only pulled 3 cases off the agenda. So I appreciate what your answers and your quickness, and recommend to other commissioners, if you want to try to understand something that doesn't make sense to you, Ms. Brown and Anna are happy to try to research it before we get to the meeting so that they can be better prepared. You can be better prepared, and the meeting should move smoother. So thank you, Shalene, for helping me out on that.
You're welcome.
Now, one more question for you. So at our emergency meeting last month, we talked about scheduling a formal hearing sometime near the end of October. Is that in the works at this point?
Yes, it's already been scheduled, and it will take place, I believe, the date is the second day of the commission meeting,
Okay.
November 16th or 13th, I'm not sure.
What's that date again?
So that we're not going to have a special meeting between now and then to handle that particular case.
No, it'll be heard on the formal hearing date for the commission in November.
That's what I want to know. Thank you. Okay, Anna, on 55, would you mind reading that into the record, just because we haven't necessarily seen it?
Sure, do you want me to read the whole thing?
I think so. This now, just to be clear, is this the case that we could have had tomorrow?
Yes.
So you might explain procedure before we get into the details.
Okay, this was a case that I filed notice of hearing and charges for in March, and it was continued in April and June due to COVID-19 pandemic. And then it was supposed to be heard in September, but the respondent got counsel, hired an attorney, and so we continued it until this month, and counsel approached me with a settlement offer. So that's what we have here, and we're legally obligated to bring settlement offers. So if that's good enough explanation, I'll go ahead and read through it.
Well, yeah, if you will. And the reason I'd like for you to read is we've got commissioners who weren't here when this case began. Many commissioners.
Sure.
So if you'll read.
Okay, and this was an inherited case of former from Kelsey, but I'll go ahead and read it. And number 2019-066961. Complainant is the owner and operator of the business engaged in the buying, selling, and auctioning of equipment, real estate, and other assets. Respondent is a licensed principal broker. Complainant contracted to purchase real property as well as machine equipment listed for sale in Indiana. Respondent represented the seller and was the designated holder of the escrow funds per the terms of the purchase agreement. Complainant alleges that respondent misappropriated their escrow payment of $150,000 for their own personal gain. According to complainant, respondent acknowledged stealing the money and offered to reimburse the company with a piece of real property which respondent claimed to have an interest in. Complainant states they reached a written agreement to transfer the property to complainant, but respondent apparently sold it to someone else. Respondent argues the facts as alleged do not fall under the jurisdiction of the commission because the transaction was for personal property located in Indiana and did not take place in Tennessee. In rebuttal, complainant states that it was a joint sale for both personal and real property. Complainant further argues that regardless of where the property was located, respondent stole and misused the complainant's escrow funds in Tennessee. The commission's jurisdiction is not limited based upon where the real property in a transaction is located. The Broker License Act defines real estate as any interest or estate in land, whether corporal, incorporeal, freehold, or non-freehold, and whether the real estate is situated in this state or elsewhere. Counsel recommends the commission assess discipline against respondent for the violation of the Rule 1260-02.09, which is managing escrow or trustee accounts, and or TCA section 6213.312B5, failing within a reasonable time to account for or to remit any monies coming into the licensee's possession that belong to others. The original recommendation was for suspension or revocation. The commission voted to revoke respondent's license. And here's the new information. Following the decision from the commission, counsel filed a notice of hearing and charges against respondent. Initially, the hearing was set for April, but then continued several times due to COVID-19 pandemic and respondent obtaining counsel. Since respondent has obtained counsel, counsel is engaged in settlement discussions regarding respondent's discipline. Respondent has been licensed for over 30 years without a single complaint filed against their license. Furthermore, respondent is already making payments towards complainant. To date, respondent has paid over 1/3 of the amount agreed to. Following negotiations, counsel recommends respondent's license be suspended for 1 year or until full restitution is paid, whichever is later. During respondent suspension, respondent shall not incur any additional criminal, civil, or administrative penalties pertaining to their Tennessee real estate license. Furthermore, respondent shall be responsible for all hearing and filing costs incurred to the Administrative Procedures Division, APD. Following the satisfaction of 1 year, respondent's license shall be reinstated. Respondent will be required to appear before the commission in an informal appearance following completion of this discipline. Counsel believes this is a fair settlement agreement and satisfies both the Commission's discipline intentions and protecting the public. The new recommendation is suspension for 1 year or until full restitution is paid, whichever is later. Respondent shall not incur any additional criminal, civil, or administrative penalties pertaining to their real estate license, pay all costs to APD, and appear before the Commission in an informal appearance.
Okay, so just so we're clear, now this is a recommendation from council. The commission has the right to accept or reject that recommendation.
That's correct.
If we accept it, do you think that the respondent's attorney says it's okay with us? If we reject it, then it would go to a formal hearing. Is that right, Anna?
Yes, that's correct.
Would this commission know too much at that time to be the jury, and it would go to an ALJ without us?
No, I made sure that in the information that's provided, that I only provided enough information to represent us, and that's why it's being presented anonymously here.
Okay, one more question for you for discussion. If we reject it, this was scheduled for tomorrow at one time, but it couldn't happen tomorrow at this point, can it?
Correct. It is then currently scheduled to be continued as a second hearing in November.
Okay. All right. So you've heard the story. You've heard council's recommendation. Discussion. Marcia.
So, first of all, just let me say that this revocation is the harshest thing that we could ever do to any licensee. Obviously, when this was presented, it was opened August of 2019. So if you weren't on the commission at that point, you didn't hear the information about this case. And honestly, I don't recall what the information is. But I would say this. I'm sure there was much discussion done by that sitting commission about this case or before we would ever have revoked someone's license. So the only thing that's changed, the only new information is they got an attorney. And the attorney is trying to negotiate a deal with us so that this principal broker, can keep their license. First of all, this principal broker, whom we hold to a higher standard than any other licensee, misappropriated $150,000. They pled guilty to that. They said they did it. Then, instead of just paying the money back, they offered the complainant a piece of property, but then they found out that the property was already sold. So not only did they misappropriate the $150,000, they took this person's money, they pled guilty to it, they offered them a settlement of another piece of property, they lied about that. So, I just don't see a whole lot of reason to accept anything other than the revocation at this point. I'm happy for them to come before us at a hearing and present any new information that they have about the case. But I just know that for that to revoke somebody, that was the hardest thing that a commissioner has to do. But we felt it was necessary. So I see no reason to just suspend them they're asking us to suspend it for 1 year or when they pay the full restitution. Well, somebody may just pay that restitution for them and they have their license next week and they're still a principal broker.
So, Marcia, I'm going to get you in one second. I just want to make sure, Marcia, I don't believe they pled guilty. Okay.
Oh, they said they did it.
No,
That's an allegation that was made by the complainant that they stated that the complainant is alleging respondent pled guilty and some admitted to taking the funds.
Yeah,
that's what the complainant is alleging. We do not have a guilty plea that satisfies that.
Then why else would they have offered a property to them to settle the disagreement with them then?
That was an offer. I'm just letting you know that that was an
Nobody
allocation.
does that unless they're guilty, though. Who would do that? I'm
That's a
just saying.
speculation. I can't speculate for that.
I'm just saying that there's nothing before us that gives us any reason to lessen this revocation. It's my opinion that we invite them to a formal hearing and hear from them and not lessen the degree of this $150,000 loss that this complainant has made.
Okay. Other commissioners?
I'd just like to clarify one further point. The respondent's license will be suspended for a minimum of 1 year. It does not matter if the restitution is paid tomorrow. It says whichever is later. So it says a minimum of 1 year or whenever the payments to complainant are completed. So it's going to be 1 year. It could even be longer. So it's not going to be any shorter than 1 year.
So is this person now licensed as a principal broker because they expired in May of no, it doesn't expire till 2021. So are they currently still a principal broker?
Yes, they're currently a principal broker.
Okay, Steve?
I generally agree with Marcia. I think, $150,000, let's call it theft, or however you want to phrase it, is bad. And I think we ought to hear from this, as Marcia stated. If she makes a motion similar to what she said, I would second it. I've got a question, though, to the difference between suspension. I think I had this last month because I may ask the same question, but anyway, the difference between suspension and revocation. And then secondly, the language in here about respondents shall not incur any additional criminal, civil, or penalties pertaining to their real estate license, pay all costs to appear before the commission in an informal appearance. I would say that we shouldn't agree to that either. But I'd like to hear your opinion of that. Exactly what does that mean?
So suspension and revocation. So if the respondent's license was revoked, that means their license is revoked for just that period of time. They could apply the next month to get their license back. And
they have to take education and go through the whole deal, or is it no?
They would have to do that, but they can appear before you to apply to get their license. And so the reason that suspension would be for at least for a year. So if you apply or if you appear before the commission per the rules to get your license, technically the person could appear before us the month after to try and get their license, because we can't stop them because it is a property right.
But we can still say no. We can still say no, though. Correct.
You can say no, but your no only lasts for 6 months. So the person can come back again in 6 months.
So a suspension then basically means we've license back in a year, versus if we do a revocation, we can come back and we could say no for as long as we want to say no for, correct?
Technically, yes, you could.
Right. Okay.
And a suspension, Steve, could be for 1 day. It's just in this case, she's asking for a year. But I'd like to know too, how many agents that this principal broker has under them?
0.
Oh.
Wow. How many?
0.
Okay. I got a question. So this is for Anna.
Yes.
Anna, so I agree when you said that all the allegations were stealing money and offered to reimburse the company and trade for a piece of real estate. The complainant is telling us that, and we don't know that for a fact. But is there somebody that has told you definitively that they are agreeing to pay restitution back? Because if they're agreeing to pay restitution, that's kind of an admittance of guilt, in the sense of, why would I pay them if I didn't owe them any money?
So I can tell you right now with this case, there is not a conviction or a guilty plea. We do not have that. I've looked at the documents of what has occurred. So we do not have a conviction or a guilty plea here. There is some more additional information that I would hesitate to tell you now because it would be too much if you decided to reject it. That would explain more of the paying towards the $78,000 in versus $150,000. But we don't have a conviction or a guilty plea in this case because, as you know, we have a statute that if you have a conviction or a guilty plea, your license shall. We do not have that right now.
Right. But the respondent has admittedly said they've already paid a third back, right?
They have agreed to pay, they have paid a third of the amount that was agreed upon. Yes.
Right. So there was some money there. So from that, we can gather that there was some money missing and that a third of it's been paid back. So they have committed some type of, I mean, even though there's not a formal guilt or a formal, anything formally done, if I've paid you a third back, I'm admitting that I owe you some money. So I just wanted that cleared up. All right, thanks.
Joan?
Yes, in the presentation, it says respondent acknowledged stealing the money. So it says in what you have sent to us, if you look on line 4, respondent acknowledged stealing the money.
Line 4 of where?
That's just according to the complainant. I think that's what she was talking about earlier. That's not
okay. That's an allegation by the complainant. That is not what respondent has alleged here.
Okay. Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we not reconsider this case and we allow it to go forward to a formal complaint for this person to present their case to us in full.
Second.
So, Marcia.
Yes, sir.
Could you rephrase your motion to speak to council's recommendation, either accepted or rejected?
Yes, and with this motion, we reject council's new recommendation.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Steve, okay. Discussion. So, Anna, I kind of like what you've worked out because it's a rare case where it's a condition that requires the person who lost the money to get it back. We don't very often get that choice or chance. But what I want to ask you about, once it's paid back and after a year has expired, the licensee, the suspended licensee in your recommendation would come back before us in an informal appearance. At that point, will commission have the right to say, okay, we give you your license, we unsuspend your license at that point? Or what's the purpose of that informal appearance?
So I recommended an informal appearance in the settlement offer because I figured because of the nature of the complaint that the commission would want to hear from the respondent themselves in some capacity. I didn't think that if their license was to go from suspension to just immediately be active, that would want to be something. I thought based on my experience with the commission, you want to know what that the respondent has, stayed out of any kind of issues or problems, and just like any kind of question that would normally occur with discipline on somebody's record.
So I just kind of picture that meeting, say 13 months from now. I would think commission would at the very least want proof that all the money had been paid back.
That's correct.
Now,
They
who would
wouldn't
who
even
be,
appear before, they wouldn't even appear before you in an informal appearance capacity until the money is paid back. So if the money hasn't been paid back in 13 months, then their license remains suspended.
well, so the presentation at the informal appearance is really not a requirement to get the license back in your recommendation.
Yes.
Yes, I'm right.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. Stacy,
So I'm confused about what the full restitution would be, because it looked like it's 180,000, and then Anna, you said something about it's 78,000. So for the suspension and full restitution is paid, what is that full restitution?
It's going to be $78,000. The $150,000 is a fact that's still in that's contended. $150,000 is an allegation from the complainant, but we do have an instrument that is going to ensure that the complainant gets back $78,000. That was agreed upon.
Okay, thanks.
So Stacy, this is part of the trouble with this case is that until we hear it, you're not going to know all the information about it, because they can't give us all the information in case there is this formal hearing. So that's why I suggest to let it move forward and let them have their day with us and tell us what the information is. Maybe they've got information that would totally change our mind from a revocation. But from what we've been presented by our state's attorneys was enough for us to revoke this person's license. And the only thing that's changed is that an attorney's now involved. Anna didn't go to them and try to negotiate it. The attorney went to Anna and offered to negotiate it, which any good attorney would do when somebody's license is being revoked.
Anna,
Yes.
Jeff,
do you know if there's any concurrent civil court case that's proceeding, or is it just us?
There is a concurrent court case that is occurring out of state. So not here in Tennessee. There's a matter that's pending in Indiana, which is one of the more reasons the individual wished to settle this matter as well.
okay, other
Hey, Anna,
questions?
one more question.
Yes.
Are you still in communication with the complainant? Like, are they okay with this solution, or do you even bring that up, or do you even talk to them about?
I haven't spoken to the complainant. As I was explaining before, the complainant is not a party to the transaction. So I represent the state. I don't have to run settlement offers, or we don't even run consent orders by complainants when the discipline is in here. So a complainant would only be a witness in this particular instance.
Okay, so I want to go back to the motion, Anna, for a second.
Okay.
So I asked Marcia to make a motion based on your recommendation. Let's say Marcia's motion passes. I don't want your recommendation to necessarily be overturned by your client, the commission, because that in itself might be considered some sort of prejudice or decision that's faulty. Is there a better way to make a motion that reflects what Marcia wants to get done?
No, it's a settlement offer. So we had drafted agreed order. If you remember, I had a matter came before you in March that I filed a notice of hearing and charges for. Individual agreed to pay the civil penalty, and then we drafted an agreed order to make it to close the matter. So it would either be saying yes or no to it. It would be the commission's decision.
Okay, so Marcia's motion on the floor is to reject council's recommendation. Is that right, Marcia?
Yes.
Steve, that's your understanding of the second, right?
Correct.
Other discussion? All right, so if you're in favor of the motion, you'll vote aye. If you're opposed, you'll vote no when Caitlin calls your name. Caitlin?
Commissioner Joe Begley,
No. Oh, TJ has a question.
I was rereading this now, and so the motion we're preparing to vote on is just a motion to either approve or deny the or agree or disagree with the new recommendation of the council, not to then make a motion for a formal hearing.
Nothing about the merits of the case.
Gotcha.
Not to schedule a formal hearing. If this fails, there'll be a formal hearing scheduled. If it
If this
passes,
fails, yes, there'll be a hearing in November.
right, if it passes, subject to get all the paperwork signed and including the chair's signature, we'll be done with it.
So we're going to vote aye or nay. If we vote aye, they're going to be suspended for a year.
Minimum.
No.
No, it's vote in favor or against accepting council's recommendation. And if we decide not to accept that recommendation, the revocation still stands and there'll be a formal hearing.
Correct.
If we vote it down, that revocation is still in place unless this is agreed upon.
I need to clarify, the respondent's license has never been revoked. That was always just a recommendation by the commission at the last meeting. So it's whether you're going to agree to the settlement offer, which is the recommendation I have, or go to a formal hearing. So if you agree, the license will be suspended for at least a minimum of 1 year, plus paying back the rest of the money and all of that's listed. And if you say no, then we go back to a formal hearing where we can have a number of different outcomes.
Because we voted, the decision was to revoke so we voted to revoke it. The problem is that legal has not gotten them to sign the revocation. And so that's why we have, is that not correct, John?
That's not correct.
All right,
we council went to them and said, commission is offering to revoke your license. Do you agree to that?
Right.
And this licensee said no.
Right.
So until there's an agreement of some sort, the license is active.
That's what I said. That's what I meant to say.
Yep.
And thus, Vice Chair, reason you voiced earlier of the opportunity to have their time before us and go to a formal hearing. That's what you were.
I think it's unfair for this commission who doesn't have all the information yet to vote on something they don't have all the information on. You would get that at that formal hearing. And it would be, the complainant it'll be the state against the respondent. Anna won't be the one presenting.
I would say that the information originally presented to the commission in January when this was first heard is what you have right here on the represent. So I've actually given you more information than what was heard previously.
Well, I beg to differ because we had questions that we could ask Kelsey about this that she would have answered, and those things are not in this complaint.
But you don't recall what that was. Discussion at all.
So nobody knows, did we get all the information or not? I'm telling you, we don't have all the information in this short little, we can't say, can we see the purchase and sell agreement? Can we see the documents? And Kelsey would have had those and read those to us. And we don't have that before us today. Nobody's asked about those things because you don't know what to ask about.
I have those documents.
The full merits of the case.
If you have questions, I have those documents.
I'd like to call for the vote. I'd like to call for the vote.
Now,
I have a question about the vote.
Go ahead, DJ.
It's Joe.
Sorry.
So, to clarify on this, are we voting on Marcy's, what she's proposed? Or are we voting on the extension for 1 year? Because it's kind of like,
It's two different things.
explain that to me, what a yes or a no means on this vote.
Okay, let's do it. Here's what I don't like about the motion. It's a negative motion. I'd prefer Marcia's motion and Steve's second say to move to accept the recommendation of council and then vote against it if they're against it. So we have a positive motion, but we don't have to do that. But what all you're doing, Joe, is voting on that little paragraph at the end of the printed material that's a new recommendation. Is what's been negotiated between council, the respondent, and the state.
So if I vote yes, I'm agreeing with council's recommendation. If I vote no, okay, because earlier Marcy had presented something, Steve had seconded, which was like you said, a negative that I didn't, it would win against saying, okay, I got you.
At the moment, the motion on the floor is to reject council's recommendation. That's the motion that's properly on the floor, unless somebody wants to modify it, but that's the motion. So if you agree with that, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed to it and like council's recommendation, you'll vote no.
Right.
I'm even more confused now, I think.
I think, here's the question. Do you want them just to be suspended for 1 year, or do you want to have them come before you and give you the reasons and have the formal hearing? That's the two choices.
That's what I understand. I don't understand the motion. Like if I vote no or yes, I'm still not quite sure what I'm saying, because it seems like the motion is to approve council's recommendation, but then when you just repeated the motion, it is not to accept council's recommendation. So maybe just some clarification on what the motion is exactly.
Yeah, my motion was to not accept council's recommendation, period.
And Stacey, if that passes, then we'll go to a formal hearing.
Right, and get all the information.
If we vote yes, we're saying no to council's recommendation.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, I now see what the question was. Okay.
Now, third choice. There's a third choice, and that's to pass when your name is called. We'll come back to you and ask your vote after you've heard everybody else's vote. That's a possibility too.
Commissioner Ferris has one more remark. For the respondent to have been licensed for 30 years without a single complaint, I'd like to know more about this and hear from them, as we heard from the gentleman earlier this morning, and was able to get more of a grip on the situation. And I think the vice chair is correct. It might make our decision different, but we may go and we all may agree to revoke the license. Thanks for clearing that up, Commissioner Torbett, and that's all I've got.
So, DJ, just to be clear, you're speaking in favor of the motion.
It's a fly on my head.
All right.
I'm speaking in favor of the motion.
Okay. The motion, properly made and seconded, would, if passed, reject council's recommendation and would take us to a formal hearing. If you're in favor of that, you'll vote yes. If instead you like council's recommendation, you'll vote no. Well, I'll explain that again if we need to. Anytime during the vote, if you want to say, let's stop, I want to make sure my vote's correct, we can do it. And your third choice is to pass. We'll come back and ask for your vote out of order. Are you ready to vote? Caitlin, will you call the roll with the understanding that a yes vote means to reject council's recommendation?
Okay, Commissioner Joe Begley.
No.
Okay, Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
No.
Commissioner DJ Ferris.
Okay.
Sorry, was that yes?
Yes.
Vice Chair Marcia Franks.
Yes.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn.
Yes.
Commissioner John Moffitt.
No.
Commissioner Joan Smith.
Yes.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett.
Yes.
Chairman John Grease.
No. Okay, my tally shows the motion passes on a 5-4 vote. Is that what you have, Caitlin?
That is what I have.
All right. So be prepared in October for a formal hearing on this topic. Don't be researching it. Don't be discussing it. We'll have plenty of time to talk about it in October.
November.
Thank you, Anna.
Question.
Yes.
Should we be able to get anything from whenever it was in January, or is that going to be given to us prior to a few days before the hearing, or how does it work as far as data
Anything
information?
else?
Your pardon?
You don't get anything else. All that you have is right before you. So
Got it.
everything.
All right.
There was nothing. There's nothing held back from January.
Your
All
whole
right, so
decision. Your whole decision will be based on what you see and hear at the formal hearing.
Well,
Is there a chance of meeting in person?
We don't know yet.
Don't know.
I'd like.
Is there a possibility of, I mean, maybe the council hasn't asked for things, or can we request a list that we put in front of them, or is that verboten?
You act as the jury. So you are the jury in the case, and legal can present their side of the case to you, and then the opposing counsel will present their side of the case.
The strategy and what I present is mine. So you only get to ask questions of what I present and what their attorney presents.
Although you can ask witnesses questions.
All right. Okay.
Okay. So that item is settled. All right. We're back on the agenda. Thank you, Anna. We're back on commission discussions. The first item on there is listed as a nomination for the Bill Toon Award. Many of you are new on this commission, but Bill Toon was a storied educator who at some point had an education award named after him, and TREC occasionally presents that award. Most recently, it was to Austin McMullen and Diane Hills. And the concept is people who've made a good mark on letting consumers and licensees know what's right and what's wrong. And I'm going to make this nomination. Hopefully, you'll be okay with it. But I'd like to nominate Bobby Wood, who recently went off commission for receipt of this award. And Joe Bagley has seconded that. Is there discussion? Of many people we've nominated and presented this to, Bobby's right up there at the top as far as being involved in education. Marcia?
Yeah, I would like to say Bobby was one of our great commissioners. He was an instructor, and when we had instructor questions, he was our go-to person. We could say, how many hours is a contracts class? He knew it was 4. Or what's a better class that we could give him? And Bobby really poured his heart and soul into not only the commission, but to licensees and educating them. So he is a great person to receive this award.
Okay, further discussion. And it's my sense we might present it at the Tennessee Realtors meeting in February. Hopefully that'll be in person. Okay, Caitlin, if you'll call the roll, and commissioners, if you're in favor of the motion, please vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no.
Commissioner Joe Beckley.
Aye.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
Aye.
Commissioner DJ Ferris.
Aye.
Vice Chair Marcia Frank.
Aye.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn.
Aye.
Commissioner John Moffitt.
Aye.
Commissioner Joan Smith.
Yes.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett.
Aye.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes. All right, that motion passes. Thank you, commissioners. It's well deserved. Okay, Caitlin, next up, remote education courses.
Okay, so the commission had asked us to do more research on extending the allowance for providers to be able to offer classroom courses. And so we have met amongst the department to review the law and the rule. And essentially what we discussed was that as long as Arillo is not offering the certification for synchronous courses, the commission could continue to approve those courses with the understanding that as soon as Arillo rolls out an approval for synchronous courses per the statute, it would then go to Arillo and providers would have to get the Arillo certification once they roll out the synchronous approval process. With that being said, right now we are in the middle of education renewals. And so our goal would be for providers to let us know in the same manner that they're currently letting us know if they would like to offer previously approved courses via the synchronous manner for the next renewal cycle, which they're currently renewing from now, end of December, 2 years from now. And then also any new courses that they would like to offer would come before the commission in the same manner that they're coming now, obviously until Arillo rolls out their synchronous course approval. So the commission would continue to approve these in the way in which we are currently approving courses, new courses and renewing courses. But then once Arillo has their model and it's in place per the statute, they would have to get that certification for synchronous. I don't think I took a breath there, so let me know if you have any questions or if there's any specifics to our review of the law and the rule on classroom synchronous courses being offered remotely.
So Caitlin, based on what you just said, and just for a minute, pretend like you're a commissioner, what would your motion be?
I don't know that you need a motion, but I guess if you were to have a motion, I would say the motion would be to continue to, for the commission to continue to approve distance synchronous courses until Arillo creates their synchronous approval process.
Does anybody want to make that motion?
I think that I should not make that a motion because of my affiliation with Arillo.
I would think you'd be the perfect person to make that motion because of your affiliation with Arillo.
I agree with Marcia.
So confident. Let's have.
I agree with John.
Joe makes a motion.
I just said I agree with John. I will make a motion.
We got to have it on the floor to talk about it. I don't care whether you vote on it or not. We'll
make a motion to approve the distance learning until Arillo gets their stuff settled.
All right, who's seconded that? Thank you, Joan. Now discussion. So here's my question, Caitlin. So let's say in December, we have a bunch of providers show up on their courses approved for a 2-year cycle, and they want to stream those courses. If we approve those courses, have we approved them for a full 2-year cycle at that point?
Yes.
And that's what the providers would like to know. They'd like to have that definitely handled so they can book a year out.
Yes. So anything that is actually before you now moving forward is being approved for a 2-year cycle. That starts, Ross, correct me if this is wrong. That starts at the end of September forward.
That's correct. Actually, September 1st forward, anything that's been approved will be approved until 12/31/22.
So at the very least, Ross, you would like for Arella to slow walk this process, huh?
I'm sorry, say again, Commissioner.
I mean, we don't want Arella coming up with some process before September 1st, do we?
Well, we're subject to Arella under the law and the rules, so we'll defer to them when they come up with their decision.
Thanks for not answering the question.
Sounds like a committee Ross needs to be on, right?
That's right.
Right.
So it would behoove, let me say it a different way, it would behoove providers to get their courses approved as quickly as they can.
Yes, Commissioner, and just a word for our providers in the industry, they need plenty of forewarning and notice. So yes, it would be good that they could continue on with this current approval process that the commission in its wisdom adopted, and it seems to be working admirably for everyone.
Okay, other comments? This is very little discussion, very big deal.
Chairman.
Yes, Jeff.
Just so I understand what we're discussing here, this is classroom courses that have been approved for classroom setting that are being converted to distance learning.
That is correct. During this emergency time we've been under, and the commission approved that and allows me to be the person certifying authority. They have to submit pursuant to our guidelines that they be allowed to conduct the classroom courses by streaming method.
So this is because we've already decided that can continue through the end of the year. We're trying to stretch it into 2021 now. Is that where we're going?
That's correct. That's correct, Commissioner.
It's really 2021 and 2022.
Yes.
Okay. I guess the further question is, this is maybe a question for the providers. How do they intend to account for chair time in the distance learning? Is that something they're going to be able to maintain for and demonstrate it to us?
Per the guidelines that the commission approved, I believe it was either at the April or the May meeting, there's guidance on a student has to have their video on for the same amount of chair time and be actively engaged for the course. You can't have your video off and engage in the course. So I think that's how chair time would be accounted for. Let me just pull up those guidelines.
It came originally from the Memphis Association of Realtors, what their suggestions were. And I know, I don't know if it's in hours, but I know Arello is wanting, if there's class has more than 25 students in it, that they have a proctor. And a proctor's job is just to sit and watch, make sure everybody's face is on the Zoom or whatever they're going to be using, so that everybody's accounted for. That and that they're trying to put several security things in so that nobody can take a class for somebody else.
And currently the guidelines that we have require the proctors.
Yes, and they require that the student must be visible at all times on camera to receive credit for the course.
Correct.
I mean, I guess my question is, we're going to do this on the honor system, or is the proctor going to have to make some kind of attestation that students that were registered were there for the entire course?
I think it's the same as it is now. I mean, we're not physically in every course as it is. So I think both classroom courses and this would be based on the honor system.
Well, because right now for classrooms, I think it's a sign in, sign out. You have to sign out at the end, and then you receive credit for in-person. That's my understanding. I don't know if that would duplicate something like that for a streaming course.
Well, this
beyond what the proctors tell us.
Yes.
Yes.
With the classroom, we're going off of the proctor too and their sign-in sheet that they send to us, and it would be the same with this, the honor system with the proctor ensuring that everybody was on the video at all time.
So commissioners are comfortable with just accepting that, I guess.
That's what's happening now.
I would have failed today.
Question.
Steve, go ahead, Steve.
So what we're talking about is extend. I'm having a hard time understanding the 2-year period of time. I mean, I'm looking at the Board of Realtors, Memphis Board of Realtors letter, and it says extend beyond 2020, but it doesn't say how far beyond 2020. So if we concur with their request, what are we concurring with? I mean, we're saying the classes it's a 2-year deal and we can't back out of it, or what? I mean,
Currently, a course renewal period, similar to a license renewal, is every 2 years, and they fall at the end of December. So any course that has previously been approved by the commission is up for renewal at this time, and they're looking to renew for the next 2-year period. So,
but that's for renewing the course. It doesn't talk about the methodology of giving the course, correct?
Correct, but currently internet courses are being renewed, classroom courses are being renewed, every type of course is being renewed. And every course that you're approving, like, the 15 courses or however many courses you approve today, you approve those from today through 10, I think Ross just said, today through 2022 of December. So
that's correct.
And that approval includes how the course is given, or just the course?
It includes the format of the course. And so we're talking about classroom formats that are being allowed the special ability to stream during this period of time. Any classroom approved course. So that's all we're talking about.
So a classroom approved course that is approved to be live streamed, to change it back to a live course in September of 2021 or not?
Well, I think what we're discussing is continuing the streaming course approvals. See, they first have to get their course approved like they did today. Then if any of these classroom courses that we approved today come back and request pursuant to our guidelines that they be streamed, then we approve them if they meet the requirements of our guidelines. If they do that, then they'll be now, pursuant to this request, push forward through our next renewal period, which is 12/31/22. Now, at any time prior to that, I'm assuming the commission could call this into question and discuss it further at that time. But if you approve it now, then the request is that it go on through the next renewal cycle, which ends 12/31/22, then that's what we'll have until further notice.
So, a couple things. There was a chat question, and they asked to have these classes virtually or live stream, which are approved through regular classes like we're talking. And the proctors visually recognize attendee as each attendee submit an evaluation at the end of the course to prove they were present through the.
Yes, and that
Show driver's license on this Zoom class. How do you know that if I go to a classroom class, do I have to prove my identification or could I be somebody else?
well, we leave it to the provider to make that determination that they're dealing with the person that they're doing business with that's taking the course, and that they be there. The proctor's there to ensure that they're there in their seats, not going to the Burger King or whatever, taking this course.
And then on the another question, they said, yes, you send in an ID to compare with your entry to the meeting. Okay. So, and then the second question, someone's asked, in a normal classroom, 8-hour class, they usually have a test at the end of that class. And in this virtual world, do they email that test, right at when it's testing time, so they don't have it free time and sit there and watch them take it? Or do they give them 3 hours and send it back? Or how do they do the testing that they typically would do in a classroom setting at the end of the class?
They would still be required to offer the test per the guidance and the laws or the rules. I'm not sure if that's in the rule, but they would still be required to offer the test with an 8-hour or over course.
That's correct.
But they don't have to give them a test. It's just they just offer the test.
No, an
No.
8-hour or over. Ross, you take it.
If it's over 8 hours pursuant to the law and the rules, they have to give a test. And we have been seeing that they are giving those tests while they're online and send them the information electronically. But yes, they have to take those tests. But we don't have anything in the law and the rules that require them to send us the results of those tests. But we do put it upon the provider to ensure that it's 8 hours or over, they do give them a test. And so many, I think we've talked about this in the past, but again, that's it's been working going forward.
Yeah, I think this provider was just wondering, do they need to send the test and sit and watch them take the test, or do they just send it and say get it back within 24 hours or something?
It's not really set out in stone on that, just that they give it, and the law and the rules don't provide they send it back to us, but we expect it to be done if we request it. For instance, if I did an audit, I'd want to see it.
And they usually give them a time limit on getting those tests back to them. So if I were an instructor, I would say, okay, you have an hour and a half to get this emailed back to me to get credit. And I think that's what most people are doing.
I think you're right.
Okay, back to the topic at hand. Marcia, I'm sorry, Caitlin, your motion is on the floor. Somebody else picked it up. But the effect of it would be to allow providers who want to stream classroom courses to get approval to do that through 2022, or, well, until Rello comes along with another procedure.
Yes, and we would we would send out additional communication on this about courses that have already been approved as a classroom, that they would need to follow the same guidelines of emailing us the specific information that we have previously requested, and then going forward, any new course in this time prior to Arillo having their method for synchronous, they would present it the same way to Ross and let us know that they would like to offer it as a classroom and as a distance learning synchronous course. And so until Arillo has their certification for synchronous courses, it would come before the commission. Any new course would come before the commission in the same manner as it is currently.
And I could say, as far as Arello is concerned, we're wanting to get that information in time for our leadership meeting, where the board will be meeting at in January. So we're not talking about a long ways off.
Chairman, just to be clear, this is not related to the later conversation about live stream, virtual, the request from the Memphis Association. This is separate?
No. This is the same thing.
Ross, let me ask this question.
Yes.
Anything preventing us from approving a course for less than 2 years?
I'm sorry, say again?
Is there anything preventing the commission from approving a class for less than 2 years?
Yeah, well, the law and the rules stand that anything approved now is going to be, is in the renewal period. So it's going to be good until 12/31/22.
Okay, let's get prepared to vote. Let me just say in summary that there's not a real estate association in Tennessee, nor are there providers that are legitimate providers in Tennessee who don't think this is a good idea. It helps them get classes to their members quicker, more efficiently, and it looks pretty professional in many cases. And to follow up, Ross, if Steve or anybody else wanted to step into one of these streaming classes, you're the one to make sure that arrangement can happen, right?
Yes, I'll work with Caitlin and we can make that happen.
Okay, so I'm ready to call for a vote unless there's further discussion. If you're in favor of allowing streaming courses to continue, Jeff, you have a question?
There was a question in the chat from somebody asking about Arello's approval. Approval is required.
Well, that's incorrect, actually. Arello does have to approve online courses now. And of course, those are the asynchronous courses, the internet courses. But for this particular period of time, yes, I would have to agree. Arello does not approve these virtual classroom courses. This is a special allowance by the commission during the period of time we're living in.
Purely online courses, Arello is approving those, but these virtual classrooms, Arello is not required.
That's correct, but and Commissioner Franks can talk about that, but Arello now has some proposed rules that would allow them to enter into it. And then those rules also contain some additional safety and security measures and some educational measures that I think would be helpful for our education system overall. And that's why I'm going to have to join one of those committees. You're muted. John's muted.
Thank you. So let's go for the vote. If you're in favor of the concept of the discussion we've just had, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed, you'll vote no. Caitlin.
Okay. Commissioner Joe Begley.
Yes.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
Yes.
Commissioner DJ Ferris.
Yes.
Vice Chair Marcia Franks.
Yes.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn. Commissioner John Moffitt.
Yes.
Commissioner Joan Smith.
Yes.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett.
Yes.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes. Thank you. That motion passes. Now, the third bullet under commission discussion has to do with lender opinion request that's come in from two different places, actually, but Caitlin, let's speak to it.
We received the attached request last week, and it was asked that the commission consider this request for an opinion. And so we have reviewed it, but that's how it came to us. It came from the association, and they had asked for the commission to discuss this and provide an opinion on the request.
Okay, so let me give a little background. So what the commission, I'll let Anna or Shalene or somebody talk what the law or the rules say, but there are organizations out there that are soliciting buyers and sellers, sometimes through banks, but not always. And they're telling the buyer or seller that if that buyer or seller will use a particular agent after closing, the organization will give that buyer or seller a gift card back up to as much as $6,500. And where that money is coming from is a referral fee that the agency is charging the agent who works with the buyer or seller. It's much more prevalent in residential real estate. But the statute or rule, and I'm not sure which, says you can't give cash to an unlicensed entity. That's my take on it. And so the Tennessee Realtors would like this commission to say, what do you think cash is? Is a gift card the same as cash? That's kind of what we need to talk about. So Anna, could you quote the statute or the rule on gifts and kickbacks?
Sure, it's 6213-302B. A licensee shall not give or pay cash rebates, cash gifts, or cash prizes in conjunction with any real estate transaction. As a part of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission's general rulemaking authority, the commission may regulate the practices of real estate licensees regarding gifts, prizes, or rebates that are not otherwise prohibited by law.
So I think the bottom line from Tennessee Realtors is a gift card cash. And our second question might be, if you're sending it to a real estate company out of state and they cut the check or gift card back to the buyer or seller, do you have any jurisdiction over that? Okay, discussion. Jeff?
And I'm of the firm opinion that a gift card is cash. I mean, there's no limitation on it. There's no control over it. Once you hand that gift card over to somebody, it's like cash in their pocket. So I think it is a cash gift, and that would be my opinion. And I would think such a gift would be in violation of our rules and laws.
Thank you, Jeff. Anna, that 12, that reference, was that to the statute or to our rules?
Statute.
So it's okay, but it's up to the commission to determine whether we think a gift card is cash, right?
Yes, that would be your determination.
Okay, so Jeff, if you want to just make a motion that said it's the opinion of the commission that a gift card is cash, see how that works.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I will make the motion that the gift card as described before us today would qualify as a cash gift and violate our statute.
Is there a second to that? Second, DJ. So the motion is now on the floor for discussion. Here's what, I don't mean to dominate this conversation, but there are companies that are paying 40%.
You're cutting in and out, John. There's companies paying what?
40% or more in referral fees. And those companies that collect the referral fees apparently are giving some of the cash back in some form to the referees.
And
Yeah,
that's
make
also
clear-
an inducement, which is illegal.
It makes it really hard for the people playing by the rules. If somebody's gonna, I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't blame a client at all if they're like, "Hey, Joe, you know, we're best friends, but they're going to give me $4,000." I'd be like, "Yo, won't you get that $4,000? We'll split it." You know? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, that just makes it so unfair when people are just coming up trying to beat the system, and we want everybody playing by the rules. But if there's a few people that are out there, mostly with social media now, where you can get this information out easily, it sure makes it hard for everybody else. And I think these are the things that we really need to stop.
Other comments? Okay, the motion, if passed, would put the world on notice that this commission considers a gift card the same as cash, and therefore illegal to give. That's my summary. Anna, any comments on that?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Anna. So she sees nothing, first of all, wrong with us even taking a vote on this, or should we just express our opinions, or what's the best thing legally for us to do, Anna?
I don't think a vote is required. It's just a matter of interpretation when something would be presented before you in the form of a complaint. So if that is the interpretation of the commission, that's just how the legal department will proceed with presenting complaints. So it doesn't, just making a determination today isn't going to change anything.
But I think if the commission goes on record, it may influence future transactions.
It may. I don't think that it's the opinion today is how you're going to interpret it from here on out, if it's presented to you.
But today, if the Tennessee Realtors are asking for the commission's opinion, it's okay to give it today.
Yes, you can give your opinion.
Thank you. And that's what the motion on the floor is at this point, is in the opinion of the commission, a gift card is cash and therefore illegal. That's today's opinion. That's the motion as I understand it. Is there further discussion? Joan?
Let's be clear, a gift card from a lender enticing business.
Well, doesn't even have to be a lender, but.
Well, a gift card, well, you know, let's be clear, a gift card, when we just make a motion, a gift card is illegal. So we need to be clear on how we say that motion, don't you think?
The intent, I think, is if it's real estate related.
There you go.
Yep. It's an inducement to get someone to use a particular agent or agency.
Right.
And that inducement is a gift card of some denomination. Then it's the opinion of the commission at this point that that's not legal.
There you go.
I think also if the real estate licensee is the one funding the gift card in the transaction.
Right. The reason I say that is, you know, sometimes we, as a thank you at a closing, we get a gift card. So I think, you know, we got to be careful that we don't just say gift cards. That makes sense?
Yeah, but Joan, that's kind of, you didn't offer them that gift card if they did it. You just, at the end of the deal, this is kind of like giving them a picture or a gift card. And there is a monetary limit, even at the closing gifts. Is that right, Anna?
Right.
Is there?
Question.
I'm glad we're bringing, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Go ahead,
John.
Go ahead, Steve.
This is a little new to me, but as are stated like in writing inducements, so whether it be a lender or a title company or whoever, are they saying it's in writing, here's the deal, will give this to you if X, Y, and Z happens, or is it a phone call, or is it an email? I mean, how is it communicated the way it works?
They're advertisements. I can send you a link from another broker out of your marketplace, Steve Brown with CryLike. But he's gave me a link to an organization that says, if you'll use our real estate that we refer to you, we'll give you up to $6,500 back in gift card. So they're out trolling for prospects.
Are these lenders, or are they title companies, or both, or what?
They could be lenders, they could be affiliated companies with lenders, they could be other real estate companies. It's just people who are trying to make their money on referral business, not actually providing real estate services.
And Steve, that's where it gets mushy, because this is, do we have the right to regulate lenders? So that's where it gets sticky.
Well, they're actually paying money for a service. I mean, they're not just handing out $6,500 for nothing. So there's got to be a bargain in the event that somebody gets $6,500. So, it's a transaction of some type that, is governed by tax laws. I mean, are they sending out 1099s to these people and that kind of stuff? I don't know. But, it doesn't sound clear as far as like, what is the deal? Here's what we're doing. Here's what you're getting paid, etc. But that's just.
I thought this motion, though, was just to say that we feel like a gift card is the same equivalent as cash. That you can't.
Right.
Are we on to a different? What are we? Are we still on that motion?
No, not yet.
But I think Joe's right about that.
Yeah, but John was making the distinction that about closing gifts, I believe, Joan. Is that right?
Right, because I think the motion was you can't give gift cards, and I wanted to be clear that our motion specifically says what kind of gift cards, and not just a generic can't give gift cards.
And Joe, Commissioner Begley brought up a question to Anna, and I don't recall the answer. I think I know the answer, but I want to hear counsel. Is there a monetary limit?
I replied back to Commissioner Begley in the chat, but I'm not aware of a monetary limit.
Yeah.
I think that my guess would be that limit is talking about somebody at 1099 once it's over $700 or whatever the number is.
Okay, Joe.
500.
You have to restate the motion.
600.
Or rephrase the motion.
Okay. At the moment, the chair believes the motion is, it's the opinion of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission on October 8, 2020, that gift cards are the same as cash. That's what I believe the motion to be.
Maybe if I could rephrase my motion and say, gift cards are be treated as the same as cash and offered as an inducement.
That's perfect. You're sure motion. You could do that. That's perfect. DJ seconds that. That's a good cleanup. All right, discussion. All right, let's vote on this motion. Caitlin, if you're in favor, you will vote yes. If you're opposed, please vote no.
Okay, Commissioner Joe Begley,
Yes.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner or Vice Chair Marsha Franks,
Yes.
Commissioner DJ Ferris,
Yeah.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn,
Yes.
Commissioner John Moffitt,
Yes.
Commissioner Joan Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett,
Yes.
Chairman John Green.
Yes. Okay, that motion passes. Caitlin, we let the realtors know.
Yes, I will let them know.
Thank you.
If we could skip to the legal update, Mark is on the meeting and he only has less than 5 minutes.
Another 15 or 20 minutes.
Hello, it took me a minute to get. Hello? Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Now I can. Mark, there you are. You got a haircut.
Okay. I appropriately groomed for my appearance before you today, because I know how important that is. Sir?
I said, eye of the beholder as far as that appropriately grooming thing.
I hope everyone is having a good day. I appreciate the time to come before you. I have met, I think, about 3/4 of you, if not in person, then technologically. My name is Mark Green. I'm the Deputy General Counsel for the Division of Regulatory Boards Legal. I report directly to the General Counsel, who is John Spear, who is sometimes on with us as well. The thing I wanted to talk about today was a matter that several months ago the Commission had requested an AG's opinion, and on third-party distributions, such as title companies distributing money that two parties come directly from the principal broker. I think, did I word that correctly, Anna?
Yes, that's correct. So it would be anyone but the principal broker distributing commissions.
And one of the things I wanted to, in my research and study of this is I wanted to give a potential other option on this is the fact that the closing broker, obviously, who has set up the closing with the title company, and the contract determines exactly what the distributions are, and that contract has been approved by the selling agent and the closing agent and their principal brokers. And so I think, in my legal opinion, that just because the money is not distributed exactly from the principal broker, say the closing broker, then it doesn't make it in contravention of the statute, because that principal broker is controlling the distribution of that money. So if the title company pays the principal broker of the selling agent, X, and then distributes the principal to the principal broker of the agent Y, and they are within the terms of the contract, I think that because the contract is controlled by those principal brokers, I think that is not in contravention of the statute and doesn't rise to the part of taking compensation from anyone other than the principal broker, because the principal broker is directing it. And it doesn't come from the principal broker's account per se, but it is being controlled by the principal broker. So I think that is a legally strong position, and just wanted to bring that to you for discussion.
Mark, this is not personal, but the Commission months ago asked legal to prepare a letter to the Attorney General asking for his opinion about the language in the statute that says only the principal broker can pay his or her affiliate.
Right.
But I can't get even to that point to get that letter prepared to send, because I don't know why. And it's not personal, but why can't that request to Commission be handled?
Well, and discuss it after discussing it with the administration. And so I think there's concern about, potentially, getting an answer that may be more restrictive from the Attorney General. I don't know, but that is why I'm here today to say I don't think that is necessarily needed. So now you can say, well, thank you, Mark. I appreciate your opinion. We ignore it, and that's fine. But I wanted to come.
The commission didn't want
and
to. The commission would like to have something to hang its hat on from the Attorney General, like we do with the LLC interpretation. That's, if I say Mark Green talked us out of it, that doesn't pay that. I like you. I think you do a good job, but most people go, what is he? Who is he? The Attorney General. They know who that person is.
Okay. Well,
and I don't care what the Attorney General says. I just like to have an opinion.
Okay. Then I will move forward, and we'll make sure that by the next meeting you have that letter.
Well, let me say this. That was commissioned several months ago, and maybe the commission would like to reconsider today, and I'm open to that as well. But that was the intent, to get the Attorney General on the record, which helps all of us when people ask a question about this commission issue. But the commission, the floor is open if anybody else would like to talk. Sorry for taking the floor. Anyone? All right, Mark. I'd just like to get it off my desk, off your desk, and onto the Attorney General's desk, and whatever he or she says, I'm very happy with.
Okay. Well, I will certainly make sure that gets moved and have it on your desk.
I don't want it on my desk. I want it
but you got to sign it. Yeah, okay. I understand that, but it's got to come to you first. So,
well, commission, bring it next month if you have it ready. Let commission look at it, make sure it says what they want it to say. Okay. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you all. Hope you have a pleasant rest of the week. Good to see everybody. And if I haven't met you in person, hopefully we will soon.
Next month. Thanks, Russ. Mark. Okay, now we're to that Arello update. Who's going to go first?
I'm okay to go. And then everybody can add to it, I guess. We talked earlier about the task force. It's called the License Portability Task Force. And the attorney for North Carolina has surveyed all the jurisdictions, asking them to provide information about how they're wanting to put together the portability of these licenses. So they're putting together a form right now. And the goal is a form that everyone would accept and use for certification. And so they're hoping to have that ready by the end of the year, and so that they can present it at the Leadership Symposium in January. We are planning on having, unless, the creeks don't rise, having the leadership conference in person. There's about 50 board of directors and executive directors that would be at that meeting, and along with the chairman and vice chairmen of each of the committees. So at this point, we are, unless there's something unforeseen, and Lord knows we know that can happen, but we are planning a meeting in January, actually in Sanibel Island. So John, you might want to get on a committee. So also, I wanted to let you know that we voted in the programs committee that the 2022 mid-year meeting will be back in Savannah, where we were supposed to have been this year. But the great news that I'm excited about is that the annual meeting for 2022 will take place in Nashville, Tennessee. I think it's the first time they've ever had a meeting here. But with hotels and the positions they're in right now, you can get a lot better offers from hotels about that. Again, want to remind about the timeshare exit scam. We paid several $1,000s to get this produced, so it's a real quality video that we have. And another thing that Arello offers to all its members is the timeshare registry. And you can go on that timeshare registry and see what's going on and who's being penalized and who's not. And everybody who is a member of this commission is a member of Arello. And you should be receiving at least the Boundaries newsletter. And that comes out every other month with lots of information in it about what's going on in other states. We have another task force. It's called Promoting Judicious Real Estate Regulation. And that task force is almost finished too. They've come up with, they've gotten researchers and have come up with a white paper with ideas of helping regulators to become better regulators. Let's see. The meeting for the mid-year meeting will be held in San Antonio, Texas, and that will be in May. And then the annual meeting next year in September will be in Orlando, Florida. So I just mainly would ask everyone to make sure that you are a member of Arello and you're on there and that you're receiving your information. And if you're not, if you'd let Caitlin know, because there is a lot of good stuff coming out of Arello. I actually was installed the other night, and I actually become president on January 1. So I'm looking forward to a great year, and y'all let me know what we need to do because it's my year to get some things done. But I appreciate everybody's support of me and of Arello. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Marcia.
Thank you.
Caitlin, do you have a report?
Just a few quick updates. First of all, congratulations to Marcia. It was the first virtual installation that I had seen, and despite not being together, it was still very nice and a great tribute to Marcia. Overall, I just found the conference helpful, especially as we are all going through changing times and just seeing what other jurisdictions are doing as far as working remotely and kind of how they see the future. There was a lot of discussion about the future of virtual offices. So I think it'll be good to see what other states are doing and allow us to kind of watch. And then obviously the discussion on education was especially important. And then PSI and Pearson VUE did an extensive presentation on remote proctoring that I watched that I think is helpful as we move forward with working with PSI on moving that forward in Tennessee. And then the last thing I'll say is I'm also excited about the timeshare videos that Arello has produced that we can start promoting to Tennessee consumers that are either in a timeshare or looking to get out of it. So.
Thank you, Caitlin. Anna, anything? Ross?
I don't have anything, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ross. Are there any other items to come before the commission? If not, we'll go around the horn quickly and see if anyone has any final comments. Stacy?
I just want to know what it would take for us to meet in person. What kind of executive order or whatever.
You know the governor, don't you?
I think Stacy does know the governor.
I think she does. Yeah. See what you can do on that, Stacy. Joe, anything? You know the governor too, though.
I've met him.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations to Marcia. That's great.
Thank you. John?
Congratulations, Marcy. I hope we get to meet in person next month.
I know DJ feels like that. Is that right, DJ?
That is in the affirmative, Chairman.
Any closing remarks?
Appreciate each of your contributions today and your remarks. You make me think. You're broadening my knowledge of the whole industry, and it's something we don't take lightly, and none of you do. So have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, DJ. Steve, Gwen, anything?
Oh, I'm good. Great meeting. Thanks a lot. Just a question. Does anybody have a guesstimate on whether we'll meet next month live or not?
50-50.
50-50, okay.
An optimist. Joan Smith.
It's always an honor to see you and be with all of you, and I can't wait to see you in person.
Jeff, thank you, Joe.
Yeah, like everybody else, congratulations. I'm looking forward to meeting in person again. I want to go to Jimmy Kelly's and see Joe paid $9 for French fry.
I would do it right now.
Any final words? Marcia, any final words?
No, just thank you for everybody's support with this Arello thing. I really do appreciate it. And I want to remind everybody, my doctor called me and said, you need to get your flu shot because they're running out in Middle Tennessee. So I don't know about everywhere else. So go get your flu shot so you can come in person. And there's plenty of room in that room where we meet that we can socially distance. I'll wear a mask, anything for us to get to have an in-person meeting, because I think it just brings us together so much when we can be together versus this Zoom. But I also thank God for, that we can meet this way versus not meeting.
Okay, finally, my last thought. Joe.
Yeah, I'm ready for Jimmy Kelly's. But it is the only place that it takes $5 to convert a baked potato into a French fry.
Let me just say one thing about our voting pattern. I'm thrilled when we have 6-3 votes or 3-6 votes or 5-4 or 4-5, because people are thinking and people have different ideas from different parts of the state. That's a good thing, and it's a good thing that you get more and more engaged in this. And I promise you, I don't care how long you're on this commission, every meeting will be a learning process. Something will show up, or in my opinion, is something I've forgotten and have to learn again. But it's a good sign that you guys are engaged, and I hope you keep it up. And I do hope we get to see each other in October. With that said, is there a motion to adjourn? Mr. Diaz and several others second that motion. We are adjourned. Have a great rest of the day.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.